COSLA in Edinburgh. And a particular welcome to DCC designate Fiona Taylor, who will be acting over this period as the Chief Constable of Police Scotland, and an additional particular welcome again to temporary Deputy Chief Constable Alan Spears in his new role. So welcome to you both. I have apologies from Katharina Casper and no one else. Are there any declarations of interest which are required under our Code of Conduct? Thank you very much. Is there any other business which is not on the agenda that members would like to raise? No. I'm now going to move on to decisions taken and business taken in private since our last meeting. And can I, firstly, in accordance with section 20 of our standing orders, ask members if they are content to take the items on our agenda in private, which are marked as such. Thank you. And these items relate to approval of board minutes held in private. The first, on the 25th of July, was to discuss senior officer recruitment. Of course, that's a private matter dealing with individuals. And the second is on the 14th of August to discuss candidates and recommendations to the post of temporary assistant chief constable, and to agree the appointment of Chief Superintendent Stuart Houston and Chief Superintendent Farouk Hussain to the post of temporary assistant chief constable, and congratulations to both of those. Can I then go on to the minutes of the meeting held on the 21st of June? Are they there for approval? Can I ask for approval? Thank you very much, and thank you very much to the minute taker. The rolling action log. One action is proposed ongoing and one action is proposed for closure on the action log. Are members content with that? Thank you very much. And there's one, since the last full authority meeting, there was one decision taken via correspondence with board members, and that was to make an approval in relation to, again, a conduct matter. So that's what we've got there. So we move on to my own report for the period which is presented for approval. I've given my congratulations and thanks to Deputy Chief Constable Designate Fiona Taylor for all her work, and now taking on the very onerous responsibilities of Chief Constable over this summer period and into October. Thank you very much indeed for that. The only other thing just to bring to your attention, which I'm sure you read, is my comments on the board objectives, which I know I've discussed individually with you all and collectively with you all, just to emphasize the key issue for us. We are going to be focused, as we all know, on maintaining a balanced budget for this financial year, and we'll be discussing some of those issues later on. But also how we have a sustainable police service in Scotland. And as I have said elsewhere, these two issues are in tension. Maintaining a balanced budget and having a sustainable police service is one of the critical roles that we have to work together, everybody around this table, over this next few months. And the board will be concentrating through its committees and this board meeting on three headings, with lots of work underneath them. The capacity of policing to deal with the demands on them. The capability of policing, which is essentially around the technology that we might employ to improve capacity. And then the culture of policing, and we'll hear more about that, and we have had quite a lot of discussion over the previous board meetings. So in order to balance these real big tensions between the balanced budget and the sustainable police service, capacity, capability and culture are our watchwords in this financial year. I'll pause there and ask the board if there's any questions they'd like to ask of me on my report. Thank you very much. I'm now going to come on to the committee chair's report. I say this every board meeting, but it is critical that we understand that this is where the heavy lifting takes place. All these where we ever can do are in the public domain and they're all live streamed. What I ask the committee chairs to do is to speak to their report and emphasise things they'd like the board to take particular note of, and some concerns, if they have any, the concerns they have to bring to the board's attention. But the papers The minutes will be published, and these papers are here to be published, to be read. So firstly, can I move to Mary Pitt-Casey? Mary chairs the Audit Committee. Mary.
Yes, the report outlines all of the issues and items that were considered at the last two meetings of the committee. And I would simply highlight that although we had some very positive internal audit reports at this committee, we did also note that in relation to desk change management, issues of resources and capacity need to be resolved, and we'll be keeping a close eye on that. We also at the last committee had the first iteration of the annual report and accounts. These were very well received by committee, but there's more work to be done, obviously, before the final version of the annual report and accounts comes back to committee in September, and if approved will then come to this board later in September, hopefully for approval. That's all I wanted to highlight from this committee. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mary. Are there any questions from the Chair of Audit Committee? Thank you. We might come back to the desk later on in this agenda. Thank you very much. Just remind us what desk is, just very briefly. It is a critical technology to actually modernise the way that information and data is transferred within the criminal justice and the justice system. And it has enormous potential benefits as well. So
yes, and I think everybody in the system wants to see it work, but there are specific issues around the technology.
Okay, thank you very much indeed. As the Legal Committee, Jane.
Thank you, Chair. This is a fairly straightforward legal committee, but I think what I would say is how the committee welcomes the better information about legal services. We had a 5-year, a summary of the 5-year figures and an assurance that we are going to be able to see more detailed information, which we'd requested before, and we were pleased to have an assurance of progress on that.
Are there any questions at all to the Chair of Legal Committee? Thank you. Have Grant McRae, who chairs our Resources Committee. Grant.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to highlight one topic in the report about financial monitoring. First of all, board members will recall that we started off at the start of the year with a balanced budget. But at the Resources Committee on the 14th of June, we learned that the revenue budget delivery status had moved to red due to significant areas of concern being closely monitored by Police Scotland Finance. By the time we got to the Resources Committee on the 8th of August, they reported an actual revenue overspend at the end of quarter one of 3.5 million, with full year overspend projected to an overspend of 18.9 million, mainly due to overspends relating to pay, police staff costs, police overtime, and early retirement pension costs. We heard from Police Scotland that a number of scenarios were being considered to close this forecast overspend, to bring the budget back into budget. However, at the 8th of August meeting, the final scenario had not yet been agreed within Police Scotland. After much discussion, the committee concluded that plans must be put in place to bring the revenue budget back to a break-even position. And enhanced monitoring and reporting of the savings plan's progress would be required. By allocating delivery responsibility for each action line to individuals within Police Scotland, and with weekly reporting back within Police Scotland on progress, and at least monthly reporting to the Resources Committee on progress, so that we can in turn give reassurance to this board about being able to operate within budget. Within a balanced budget, I should say. Now, later in today's agenda, proposals now agreed by the Force Executive to meet this 18.9 million are covered in the last page of James Gray's report at item 8, I mean. However, I would stress that these require active management to achieve. So I reiterate the importance of close active monitoring of each line by Police Scotland and monthly reporting to the Resources Committee throughout the rest of this calendar year, this accounting year, I should say.
Thank you very much, Grant, and to the Resources Committee, and for upping the review to monthly. I'm going to ask you all to save your questions for item 8 on this item, but I remind you about my opening remarks about a balanced budget and a sustainable police service, and I'm going to be discussing some of that, I think, with the Manchester Chief Inspector of Police about his annual report. So this is a theme running through today on these matters. Is there anything else any member would like to ask Chair of Resources Committee? Next, I have Paul Eadie. Paul is Chair of Forensic Services Committee. Paul.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair. It was a very heavy agenda for the Forensics Committee. Positive progress was reported on the implementation of Mr Naylor from HMICS's review of drug driving toxicology, and also on the memo of understanding between the Crown Office and Police Scotland and Forensics about demand. We're almost there with that latter topic, which is quite an achievement. It's been quite a few years in the making, and hopefully by the time the next committee meets, we'll have that signed by all parties. I think it's fair to say more challenging with the items related on the agenda to morbid toxicology, which has seen a sharp rise in turnaround times. We have been assured that these will return to normal turnaround times by autumn, by the time the next committee meets. But I have requested that board members, or that is to say committee members, are updated on this on a monthly basis. We also discussed new performance markers, and I think it's fair to say that there's still a fair bit of work that needs to take place on those for us to be happy that performance measurement at a committee level is in the right place. So we're going to undertake a committee deep dive on that in September. So that's just a few highlights.
Thank you very much, Paul. Firstly, to say thank you for your chairing of that. I think I've asked this year, and later on we're talking about altering some of our governance arrangements to focus on performance of forensic services within that committee. Absolutely critical, and I know the Director of Forensic Services is focused on that too. And we're going to keep a very close eye on those performance of forensic services, as always. Can you just say something about the Memorandum of Understanding, which I think you received positive information about?
Yes, it was an outstanding requirement from our HMICS report many years back, which is about trying to predict and govern the level of demand for forensic services, and involves three parties: Crown Office, Police Scotland and Forensics, to try and get to grips with and to predict and plan the forensics response to those, because forensics is very much the meat and the sandwich between the two other partners. And it has taken quite a few years to get agreement with that. But as I say, we're almost there with that.
Just remind me who the parties are to the Memorandum of
Crown
Understanding.
Office and Police Scotland and Forensic Services.
Thank you very much. Any questions for the Chair of Forensic Services? Thank you very much. The final committee report comes from Jane Ryder, Chair of the Police Negotiating Board. Jane.
Thank you very much. I think very straightforward and self-explanatory. Unfortunately, at the moment, we have not yet got pay negotiations over the line. That's all I can report. And we are due to meet, if I recollect, October, but we can always meet on an ad hoc basis if there is any requirement, and we're more than willing to do so.
We'll come back to pay in our private session to give you an update about where we are. We are efforts to reach agreement on police and staff pay, so thank you for that. The Complaints and Conduct Committee met this week on Tuesday. I actually attended as an observer, and a written report will be brought to our next meeting in September. Thank you very much. So that's us in committee chairs' reports. Can I now turn to Deputy Chief Constable Designate Fiona Taylor to present her report, DCC.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, as you reflected, Sir Ian retired from policing on the 10th of August this year, and we were very grateful for your words and your personal support on his last day in office, when you and others recognised his distinguished career in public service. On behalf of Police Scotland, I should like to congratulate Sir Ian on his retirement and thank him for his outstanding leadership through some incredibly challenging times. The Scottish Police Authority has confirmed that Chief Constable Joe Farrell will join Police Scotland on the 9th of October. Again, to reflect on your earlier comments, Chair, as Deputy Chief Constable Designate, I will carry out the duties of Chief Constable in the interim. With my fellow deputies, our focus will be on ensuring effective policing is maintained for the communities of Scotland and that there is a smooth transition to Chief Constable Farrell's leadership. My report today underlines and illustrates the work that continues to be done day in, day out, right across Scotland to provide an effective service for the benefit of the public, whether that's through supporting major events, tackling serious crime, or responding to individual or community policing need. Our commitment to the effective investigation of serious crime is evidenced through our response to murders, and my report outlines that an accused person has been identified in every case in respect of the 9 murders committed across Scotland since June. My report also outlines or describes court outcomes following investigations into the murder of 16-year-old Amber Gibson in Hamilton in 2021 and Jane Fitzpatrick in Glenrothes in August that year. Each death is a tragedy for individuals, for their families, their loved ones, and I offer my condolences and respect to those affected. The wider public, of course, is also impacted by such cases, and we are continually grateful for the support and assistance of the people in our communities, which is absolutely essential for effective policing. So I wish to thank everyone who contributed to securing the outcomes outlined in my written report. And Police Scotland will continue to respond to homicides and murders with care and professionalism to meet investigative challenges and to secure justice for victims and their loved ones. My report also outlines significant outcomes in respect of serious and organised crime and the supply of illegal drugs. This includes the extradition from Brazil and subsequent imprisonment of James White for directing serious organised crime. He was jailed for a total of 9 years and 10 months. Paul Fleming, who had been extradited from Spain, was sentenced to 9 years in respect of serious and organised criminality through his involvement in drugs, firearms and serious violence. The drugs death figures released by the National Records of Scotland this week, whilst outlining a reduction to the lowest level in 5 years, illustrates the devastating impact of drugs harm and drugs death on individuals and communities in Scotland. The significant core outcomes in my written report demonstrate our commitment to holding those concerned in serious and organised crime, those who deal in misery and death in our communities, to account. I am extremely grateful to our officers who worked closely with international law enforcement agencies to bring these individuals to justice. And at the same time, Police Scotland continues to play our contributory role in supporting those affected by addiction, including training and equipping all operational officers with the life-saving nasal spray naloxone, which has been used on more than 300 occasions with positive outcomes in the overwhelming majority of cases. Chair, we have consistently underlined our commitment to building a society where women and girls live free from violence, abuse and harassment. And my report outlines significant convictions in relation to sexual offending across Scotland. I pay tribute to the bravery of those who report offending, so policing can hold perpetrators to account. I reiterate our commitment to treating everyone who comes forward with respect and dignity and to providing them with a professional and effective policing response. And as we respond to serious crime and community need, Police Scotland continues to support major events in a proportionate and rights-based manner. In this regard, my report outlines our policing response during Royal Week and the Thanksgiving service to celebrate the coronation of King Charles, which was held in Edinburgh on the 5th of July. And earlier this month, officers and staff were deployed to ensure the Cycling World Championships were held safely. These events were of international interest, and our policing style and approach was friendly but firm, allowing people to make their voices heard while minimising disruption and upholding human rights. And full debriefs and cost recovery work for these operations is ongoing. I'd like to say, Chair, that I am very grateful to those who supported Royal Week and the World Cycling Championships, and to colleagues who are prepared at short notice to change their shift patterns and to change their own arrangements to support such major events. Other officers and staff, of course, also worked through the period of these operations to continue to provide effective policing for our communities on a day-by-day basis. So I'd like to thank and pay huge tribute to our officers and staff for everything they do for policing and for the public we serve. Officers and staff work incredibly hard to respond to often very challenging situations. Our financial planning in March made it clear that our funding allocation for 2023-24 represents a real terms reduction, meaning we have been required to reduce the number of police officers we have from 17,234 to around 16,600. Of necessity, we will reduce police staff costs in proportion to the reduction in officer numbers, and we will reduce overtime spend. Hard choices are therefore being taken now to maintain effective policing within the funding available to us. Action is being taken to achieve savings and to deliver a balanced budget for 2023-24. Areas which encounter the greatest demand and which carry the greatest risk are being prioritised to ensure we continue to effectively reduce harm and protect the vulnerable. As part of this urgent action, we have paused police staff recruitment other than for reform or externally funded posts, or for roles based in our Contact, Command and Control Division, our Resource Deployment Unit, for our police custody and security officers, and for public inquiry and support assistance. Recruitment of probationary constables will continue, and our commitment to no compulsory redundancy for police staff remains. At the same time, we know that policing continues to experience increasing and increasingly complex community and individual need. We cannot ask fewer people to do more work, and those challenges are now emerging as pressures on the level of service. These challenges are now emerging as pressures on the level of service that policing is able to provide. Our response to these pressures is being coordinated under the Policing Our Communities programme, led both by Deputy Chief Constable Malcolm Graham and Deputy Chief Officer David Page. This work will shape our service and define core policing. It seeks to reduce demand and increase capacity and accelerate those changes which save money and provide benefits to operational policing. This includes the ongoing transformation of our estate. We are also reviewing support services and our command structures. Consequently, some of the things that we do may need to be done differently or may take us longer. The level of service we provide in some areas will reduce. As I underlined today, however, my focus, senior leadership's focus, and the focus of all of Police Scotland will be on keeping the public safe by prioritising and responding to those issues which present the greatest threat, harm and risk to people and communities. The Policing Our Communities programme is supported by ongoing internal and external communications and engagement. And further to the updates which were provided earlier this year, a series of briefings have recently been held across the organisation. That happened in early August, to share information with officers and staff and, importantly, to listen to their perspectives and suggestions. And of course, the financial pressures that we are responding to are shared by all public services, and we know that there are significant challenges within the wider criminal justice system in Scotland. Our partners and the people of Scotland would rightly expect policing to respond to incidents appropriately and proportionately, including making use of direct measures to ensure resources are used efficiently, effectively, and for the greatest benefit to the communities we serve. The funding pressures experienced by all public services underlines the necessity of ongoing transformation to make savings and improvements which deliver efficiencies and benefits. Although our capital funding allocation has not been sufficient for us to achieve all of our plans, I think it is important to recognise what has been achieved, for example, in relation to our buildings and vehicles. As we previously discussed, Police Scotland inherited a very large and an ageing estate, much of which was not fit for purpose. We understand and we are very sensitive to community concerns around changes involving police buildings. But it is important to underline that as we consolidate our estate, we now have over 60 co-locations with partners, providing more sustainable, more modern and higher quality workplaces for our people. We have great examples of successful partnerships in the North East, in Perthshire and the Forth Valley, and in Ayrshire. And this will continue to be an important part of ensuring that policing in Scotland is sustainable. And similarly, as highlighted in my written report, good progress has been made in achieving our ambition to operate a fully ultra-low emission vehicle fleet by 2030, with over a quarter of our vehicles transitioned so far against a United Kingdom average of less than 5%. This has enabled us to reduce the average age of the fleet from almost 8 years in 2014 now to under 4 years, under 4.5 years. Modernising our fleet has increased the availability of vehicles to officers and staff to over 97%. We have reduced fuel and maintenance costs and saved almost 4,000 tonnes of CO2 emissions. In line with the fleet strategy published in 2019, we have initially focused on transitioning unmarked vehicles to enable us to invest in ULEV while allowing for ongoing infrastructure and technology development before transitioning to ultra-low emission vehicle response fleet. So it's vital that we continue to set out an ambitious strategic direction for investment that can deliver transformation, benefits and efficiencies, even when we do recognise that the pace of change will be affected by the availability of funding. In this regard, I really welcome the digital strategy which our Chief Digital and Information Officer, Andrew Hendry, will present later in today's agenda. This strategy outlines requirements for further investment in digital technology to enable our officers and staff to keep people safe in the 21st century. Policing has an important role to play in modernising criminal justice to benefit the public through new technology, demonstrated by the establishment of a single national crime system, the greater use of video interviews, digital evidence sharing and virtual courts, and improved digital contact services for the public. We know that technology such as mobile working can improve officer and staff safety, their well-being and their efficiency, alongside improving public trust and confidence. And this strategy, the digital strategy, reaffirms our commitment to make body-worn video widely available across the service. It's also absolutely clear that as technology continues to advance, we have a positive duty to harness those developments to keep people safe. And of course, as we introduce new technologies, we will continue to engage with partners and the public, and we welcome the vital support, challenge and active oversight of the Scottish Police Authority. This will help us to address any concerns and ensure the use of new technology is transparent, ethical and aligned with our values of fairness, integrity, respect and our commitment to upholding human rights. Chair, I was honoured to represent Police Scotland at the Care of Police Survivors Annual Service of Remembrance at the National Memorial Arboretum in Staffordshire at the end of July. This allowed me to pay respect to officers who have died on duty. I was grateful for the support to the event provided by the Association of Scottish Police Superintendents and the Scottish Police Federation, who were also represented. This year marks the 20th anniversary of Care of Police Survivors, and I pay huge tribute to co-founder Christine Thulton for her tireless efforts to support the families of colleagues who have died whilst on duty and preserve their memory. I look forward to welcoming Christine and other guests to Police Scotland headquarters at Tullyallen for the Scottish Police Memorial Trust's annual service next month. Such events are vital reminders of the dedication to public service and the sacrifices that police officers and police staff make to serve their fellow citizens. Lastly, Chair, as Deputy Chief Constable Designate, it was my great pleasure to thank our latest cohort of probationary constables for their commitment to public service during a passing out parade at Police Scotland headquarters on Friday. The officers were joined by family and friends, and following the completion of their initial training, will be deployed to serve communities across Scotland. Completing initial training is an important milestone in the career of a constable and an opportunity for me to underline the role every police officer and member of police staff plays in policing together by knowing and living the shared values of Police Scotland. Placing integrity, fairness, respect and a commitment to upholding human rights at the heart of everything we do ensures the legitimacy of policing in Scotland continues to be underpinned by the consent of the public we serve. I will pause there, Chair, and of course I'm very happy, along with my colleagues, to take any questions from yourself or board members.
Thank you very much for your written as well as your verbal report. Just a couple of comments from me before I open up to members. Firstly, what goes well in policing often goes under-remarked upon or unremarked upon, and I would add the board's congratulations to Police Scotland for the policing of the Cycling Championship and policing of the Royal Week, as well as business as usual. I think it's very important that we reflect exactly back to you, your congratulations to your staff, and we know how much planning goes into those events, how very considerable planning goes into those events. And I was able to be part of that as part of Royal Week, seeing behind the scenes, so thank you for that. The second is, throughout today, the issue of hard choices will be coming in and out of focus, and I think that's our joint challenge, and thank you for reflecting back to us exactly the challenge that we have set ourselves on balanced budget and effective operational policing. I think we're as one on this. It's probably easier said than done, and I think some of what you're saying is the public will see slightly longer to take issues, so we have to discuss that. So within the context that we do understand that the reform programme, the strategic reform programme you've been through over 10 years and your commitment to do further, and look forward to hearing more from DCC Malcolm Graying about the local policing reform, which he's already briefed us about, and we will go there further. So with those opening remarks, and thank you, I'm going to go to Tom Halpin first.
DCC Taylor, thanks for the report, and the breadth of that stands out, and it's very helpful, the hard choices that are made. The question I've got is around the interruption to 999 call handling, which happened on the 25th of June, and in your report you talk about the 344 discontinued calls recorded, and the fact that the quality assurance unit at C3 then followed each of those up. So my question is understanding what was the impact of that disruption? Were everyone contacted? Did they get a personal interview? Was there any critical incidents? I know they were all resolved, but did that time delay impact adversely on anything? Just a bit more detail around what that interruption felt like to the people of Scotland.
Of course, thank you, Tom. So I will cover the elements of your question, and then I'll probably hand over to Malcolm just for that sort of broader sort of overview of our C3 sort of performance and environment at the moment. So you're right, the BT fault became apparent around about 7:30 in the morning on the 23rd of June, lasted until about 10 to 9 that same morning, impacted on emergency services across the country, not just in police, for policing and emergency services in Scotland, and as a consequence NPCC and other national partners were involved in remediation of the incident. So those calls which BTP disconnected, BTP call handlers phoned every single person back. And any of those calls which were not resolved, they then transferred to Police Scotland, where we carried out two specific activities. The first being the usual Thrive assessment of calls for service, so that we understand where threat, risk and harm sit. And then an overview of those calls was subsequently carried out by our quality assurance staff. So if you like, we were making absolutely certain that there was no remaining risk to any individual who had made that call for service. So I am reassured that whilst this was entirely, unacceptable on the part of BT, and they have certainly now committed to remediating the fault and enhancing the resilience in their structures to ensure that this shouldn't happen again. There was no outstanding or remaining risk for the people of Scotland as a consequence. And if I may just ask Malcolm just to expand on that answer from a C3 perspective.
Thank you, Fiona. During the first quarter of this year, between April and June, we received 231,700 treble 9 calls. That compares with 185,000 from the first quarter of last year. That's an increase of over 25%, comparing one quarter with the comparable period from last year. The impact of that has meant that we have had to ensure additional resources into answering treble 9 calls. As you've already heard, part of hard choices is ensuring that we prioritise things that are going to cause the most harm and that create the greatest risk for communities and vulnerable people. The level of performance against that increase of 25% has been extraordinary. The average treble 9 calls answer time has retained at 11 seconds. Compared with last year, that's actually 1 second better, where it was at 12 seconds. These are obviously very fine margins. In essence, that is an extraordinary level of performance against that level of demand round about treble 9 calls. But at the same time, the average answer time for 101 calls has reduced, or extended, I should say, to over 7 minutes, when last year it was sitting at 4 minutes. That's a direct consequence of some deliberate decisions about prioritising the demand into treble 9 calls, and we believe is the right thing to do. As we have across the organisation a reduced number of officers, as has been widely reported, the capacity of the organisation is down. When the demand goes up, we have less levers to pull upon. One of those levers is overtime. But as we've highlighted previously, overtime has limitations. Firstly, it can be expensive, and we've talked about the importance of the balanced budget, and we will come on to speak about the importance of managing overtime within the context of that. And secondly, it can have a significant impact on staff and officer welfare and well-being if it's not used judiciously. And we've reached a point where staff and officers are at capacity in terms of the overtime that they desire to work, and particularly in the C3 environment. I just wanted to finish by reporting on some of the performance data that we've got for the first quarter set against that level of demand. The system is running hot. There are huge consequences into other parts of the organisation, because this is just the first point of contact. All of that demand is passed on, obviously, into response and community policing, as well as all our specialist support that's required to address it. During the first quarter of this year, the percentage of callers saying that it was very easy to contact the police was at 70%. That's an exceptionally high level of performance in terms of satisfaction. The percentage of callers who were satisfied or very satisfied with the way they were treated by a staff member during initial contact was at 85%. That's extraordinarily high, and the percentage of callers who felt that staff properly understood what they needed was at 86%. So I think it demonstrates the level of commitment and endeavour that our staff and officers are putting in every day set against these demands, and these are obviously trends that we will monitor and consider very carefully what mitigating effects we need to put in place in the future if this continues. Thank you.
Stuart. Jane first.
Chair, and I think this follows indeed Tom Halpin's question to Fiona Taylor. There have been several data security issues raised recently in relation to law enforcement data, and there was also media interest at the weekend about the lawfulness of Police Scotland's digital evidence sharing pilot, which has been referred to following concerns raised by the Biometrics Commissioner. So can I ask the Chief Constable Designate to provide some assurance around Police Scotland's approach to data security, and including the digital evidence sharing pilot, but very much around data security in the round?
Jane, thank you. I will provide an overview, and then because we have DCC Spears with us, who is the Senior Information Risk Owner, I will ask Alan to provide a bit more sort of granular detail, Jane, just around the approach we take to managing data security. What I obviously would not want to do would be to talk about or comment on issues which have occurred elsewhere in the country. I'm sure you wouldn't expect me to do that. But what I would like to do is, in terms of our approach to freedom of information, we have a highly experienced FOI and data protection team, and as is I think good practice, we are currently reviewing all the processes that we have in place to ensure that we comply with legislation. I have a very, very high confidence that we do, but as I say, it's always good practice in light of events elsewhere just to go back and to reassure ourselves that we are as defensive of our information, that which should not be released into the public domain, as we possibly can be. And with that in mind, we're undertaking a short review of the formatting of all of our FOI responses since January this year. So that is ongoing. As far as DESC is concerned, before I hand over to Alan, we've mentioned this morning already, Jane, that the DESC pilot has been established to allow us to explore innovative, but also elsewhere standard technology in order to enhance the effectiveness and the efficiency of the Scottish criminal justice system. DESC was established with a range of risk mitigations to ensure compliance with data protection and security legislation. And we have a risk register which is actively managed, and I'm sure Alan will talk about that in a bit more detail, to ensure that we are very, very aware of some of the new issues and areas that DESC is taking us into, and assuring ourselves that actually we are compliant with the relevant legislation in the United Kingdom in respect of DESC. So I'll maybe pause there if I can, Jane, and just ask Alan to talk in a wee bit more detail around the issues around FOI, data security, and DESC, if you will, Alan.
Yeah, good morning. Thank you. So the key part of my role as CSIRO is very much around information and data security, and a big proportion of my time is spent in that space. You can be reassured that we have very robust industry standard accreditation in place, and we're actively participating in a whole range of audit and assurance activity. We're a large organisation, we're a complex organisation, and there are layers of security measures that we do have in place, and we have an information security function which works tirelessly to support that work. Fiona touched on matters around FOI, and we are reviewing our publication scheme. We have taken that down, you may have seen that. That's not a concern out of the data that we're releasing. That's about, is the data in a format that's very accessible for the members of the public, and we're looking to refresh and ensure that that's compliant with both FOI legislation and data security legislation, and that will go back live in the coming 7 days. Touching a little bit more on DESC, and in my role as CSIRO, I have had a heavy responsibility and involvement with the CDIO around the DESC pilot. Fiona touched on the innovation that's around that project, and I'm really encouraged by the effectiveness. It's exceptionally positive, it's successful, it's transformational, but my interest is very much around risk mitigation and we have a really robust risk mitigation plan in place, and that again is about ensuring that we're compliant with the security and data protection policies. One of the key activities that I've engaged in, along with the CDIO, is about engagement with the Office of the ICO, the Information Commissioner's Office, and next week I will meet with them and look for some definitive advice around how we take that forward. The pilot has been extended. Firstly, it's to allow some additional functionality to be applied to the system, but it's also to allow me to be assured that the progress that we are making around the risk mitigation activity has been undertaken, and it is maintained within the remit of the Tayside area for just now, and will run through till the end of the year. The Data Governance Board, which is the governance around data, meets on a very regular basis, and I report that back through to the DCC designate, so you can be assured that behind the scenes there's a significant proportion of work in this space.
Thank you. I am assured there's a significant amount of work. I'm particularly interested, I think, in the outcome of your meeting with the Information Commissioner, because it's not simply, as it were, the technology, but it's the lawfulness and the compliance, that aspect. And I'm interested and welcome that you're looking at the publication scheme to be more accessible. The issue, I think, was, in fact, around the security. So I hope that in the revising of the accessibility, you're also looking at the formatting and the controls. Thank you.
Yeah, just to add to that, Chair, I mean, we have a number of measures in place that before an FOI is released, it goes through layers of checking and rechecking and reviewing. So I'm confident about the processes that we have in place in advance of any FOI publication.
Before I bring in Katrina Stewart, Alan, I wonder if you'd just repeat the public policy objectives of DESC. Otherwise, we'll be in on the detail, which is very important, which Jane raised there. But what are we trying to achieve and with this DESC, so we can have that given equal prominence? Because I think that it could be, as you said, transformational, but you didn't quite describe, I think, what that transformation would be.
So very broadly, this is about data sharing with the criminal justice system, and it's about a way in which we can quickly, effectively and innovatively share evidence with Crown, and that would be things like your CCTV, mobile phone footage, your Ring doorbell footage, and it's done in a way in which the member of the public can upload that data, and that can move through ourselves and to Crown really quickly. The bigger benefit for us is about resolution in the criminal justice system, early pleas, conclusion of criminal matters, the avoidance, if you like, of officers having to go to court. And so that's where the benefits lie, and already over 4,000 pieces of data has been shared in this system in the very first few months, in what is a very confined pilot.
Thank you very much. Early indications, well, somebody finds their phone to switch it off. Those early indications are of early pleas. Is that what you indicated there?
The very positive factors in terms of being able to transfer the data into the criminal justice system. It can then be shared with both the Crown Prosecution Service, but defence lawyers, and can go some way to reaching resolution in court cases.
I mean, our focus is both on the strategic objective, but also on compliance, of course, and I think that's the tension that we have at the moment to resolve. Thank you very much. Katrina Stewart, and then Fiona McQueen. Katrina.
Thank you, Chair. DCC Taylor, the area of your report I'd like to talk about is the serious and organised crime part of your report. You've talked already about your priority focus on public protection. I'd like to ask you if you could talk a wee bit more about how, addressing the issues around the exploitation of vulnerable people, and also how you're looking to, including the Policing Together strategy, but how you're looking to raising public and community awareness of this increasing crime area, and how it's impacting on local communities.
Again, Chair, I will say a few words by dint of introduction and then hand over to DCC Connors, to Jane, who will have, I suspect, much more detail to provide than perhaps I can. So again, just to, and I don't think we can rehearse this, say this often enough, Katrina, it's of vital importance to us that we identify and protect the most vulnerable in our communities. Those aren't just in physical communities, of course, those are also digital and online communities as well. So the point you make around the, the exploitation of vulnerable people can happen through county lines activity, children being groomed and being exploited by serious and organised criminality to deal in drugs in their local communities, but also, young children being exploited in their bedrooms as a consequence of vindictive, vicious, criminal individuals manipulating them through social media means, for example. So the protection of the vulnerable in all of these spaces remains an absolutely fundamental commitment to us. We have a number of ongoing operations which looks to identify and then to target criminality, whether that's in terms of serious and organised criminality, such as through Operation Escalade, which of course always ends up with the exploitation of vulnerable people in our communities, through our approach to county lines with national and indeed on occasion international partners, and the ongoing work, of course, that we are taking through the sort of digital arena as well. And again, where the overarching if you like, coherence in all of this also sits is the work that Jane and ACC Beck Smith is taking forward in respect of violence against women and girls. And that very much plays into that broader policing together approach to protecting those who are perhaps have less of a voice in society. It's incumbent upon us to reach out, to lean in, to identify and to support. And that's the activity that we're engaging in. And again, to the point that the Chair made, this is not activity which is going to stop. We are looking to prioritise our resources where harm is greatest, where demand is greatest. I'll probably pause there and maybe, Jane, just bring you in to give Katrina a bit of an overview of some of the activity that we are taking forward at the moment.
Absolutely, more than. So if we use Operation Escalade as kind of an example of how serious organised crime groups come together, they get mapped, they looked at, the intelligence comes together, and what happens is policing and its other partners will look at what's the threat, harm and risk posed by these serious and organised crime groups. And as Fiona says, that may well be drugs, that could be human trafficking, firearms. There's a whole range of commodities, which is a terrible word, especially when you're applying it to humans, but that's how it's treated, they're commodities. So it really is, and it gets right into the heart of our communities, particularly when we see it with the drugs, when we see it with county lines. So being able to understand the threat, harm and risk that are posed by these serious organised crime gangs is really, really important. And that is part of the mapping and the work that goes on, not just within Police Scotland, but nationally with the NCA and other partners. Being able to take that and then understand what are the individuals, what are they doing, and therefore what are the tactics that need to be applied into dismantling this serious organised crime gangs, that is part and parcel of what policing does and what it does well, in particular with its other agencies as well. So it was the largest and longest running operation in the history of Police Scotland, and I think it's important to highlight, I think it started in 2011, and actually that operation ran over a period of significant change, significant transformation, yet the focus was never taken away from bringing those criminals to justice. So I think there's some reassurance there that Police Scotland has a history of being able to maintain its focus despite the environmental impacts that we see. So a large number of individuals were mapped in this gang. The majority, I think it was about circa 50, were brought to justice. 13 are currently still in prison. 8 have served their sentence, but will be monitored through serious crime prevention orders. So it's not just a one and done. This is about a continuous process. Once you start to dismantle gangs, you've got to be able to put the structures in to make sure they don't reform and they don't come back.
For example, the operation seized over 202 kilograms of drugs, false passports, stolen vehicles, firearms, and 2.4 million in cash. They operate at such a significant level. And a key thing about it as well, and it was shown in the report, they operate internationally. They don't just operate within the borders of Scotland. And even if they're in another country, they can still affect our communities and do harm within Scotland. So the main focus for us is being able to continue to get the information on serious organised crime gangs, bring it in from the local community, local officers who are working in the community. And that relates particularly to County Lines and some of the work we're doing to highlight, you know, cuckooing. Have you got a vulnerable premises where unusual people are going in and out? What are people doing in their local communities? Our local communities and local authorities are so informed because they're in the communities all the time. So being able to identify that level of information and bring it into our systems so we can look at the whole picture. And I know Andrew's going to talk about the digital world, but it's being able to have the mechanisms to be able to manage that intelligence and it comes in so we can do the proper analytics of it. So being able to have that information, feed it through, understand the reach, the range, the severity of the crimes that the serious organised crime groups are going to do, enables us then to look at threat, harm and risk. Where are the prioritisations around these gangs? Which are the ones that are doing the most harm? Where are they doing that harm? And how do we bring the right tactics then to start to dismantle them? And again, a really big focus with our international colleagues and our international reach through that. So Police Scotland has actually reduced the number of mapped serious and organised crime gangs in Scotland. And there have been operations such as Escalade, but there are a number of ongoing operations at the moment to make sure that we are reducing the harm and the number of gangs and how they operate in Scotland in particular. I think one of the things that we do need to continue to do is build our strong links with the community. Now, in the UK, Clear, Hold, Build is a structure and a mechanism that's being used. We are going to pilot that in Police Scotland. We're going to identify the areas. So Clear is when you work with serious and organised crime teams, you work with your local police, and we've had a number of operations, joint operations at a national level and a local level, where you clear through, you take the ground away from the serious and organised crime gangs. You then hold on to that ground and you work with your local police and your local partners, and then you build the structures in society and in those areas that prevent the serious and organised crime gangs coming back. So that's about the sustainability and using all of the structures that Police Scotland already actually have to be able to do that, and particularly the partner measures are particularly important. So I am confident that we have the structures in place to be able to continue to prioritise, manage the threat, harm and risk that's caused by serious and organised crime gangs, look at the different areas that they operate, the human trafficking, the county lines, the firearms, the drugs, be able to reach internationally as well as locally and make sure that we do keep our communities safe. So I think that would cover it from me.
Indeed, and I've invited the Director General of the National Crime Agency to come in the autumn to the board to talk about their role. He has said to me in our discussions that he is very positive about the capacity of Police Scotland to actually deal with this at much a higher level of capacity than he says exists in a range of other police services around the United Kingdom. So I'm delighted with that, and we'll be able to question him more about the relationships that you have with that national scheme, because as we know, serious crime respects no borders whatsoever, and it is quite often internationally based. So can I move on? I've got Fiona McQueen, Mary Casey and Michelle Miller. Fiona.
Thanks, Chair. And Cecilia Taylor, thank you very much for your report. I'm particularly interested in seeing how murder, rape, even your roadside campaigns are prioritised given the financial pressures, but I look forward to discussing that later on in the agenda. I think Police Scotland have to be congratulated in greening the fleet, but you have talked about the estate, and I wonder if you could give me assurance that there's sufficient resilience and infrastructure in estates in terms of charging for electric vehicles, so that just as an older vehicle would have petrol put in ready for the next shift, how confident are you that every electric vehicle can be charged appropriately so that it's always ready for use?
Fiona, thank you. And again, I'll hand over to our CFO, James Gray, shortly, as James has that executive responsibility for the fleet. But what I would like to do in the first instance is just pay tribute to Fleet Services, to colleagues who sit within Fleet. We talked in my sort of report around the metrics associated with our fleet now, the availability of the fleet to colleagues to use, the quality of it, and of course we must remember that quality of the age of our fleet, the condition of our fleet is incredibly important to response and community colleagues, because to all intents and purposes, more and more, that's their office. That is the base from which our colleagues deliver a policing service across the country with mobile technology, mobile working platforms and the like. And I think it's testament to the understanding of operational need and the requirements of their operational colleagues that Fleet are looking at transforming their own operating model. And I think the chief may have, or the previous chief may have said this at a previous SPA meeting, moving away from a kind of quick fit model where we bring the cars to you to an AA model where actually we will go out and we will look to solve and resolve problems out where our operational colleagues are deployed from. So again, I think we've been very clear that we are rolling infrastructure out at the moment. James will give you the detail on that, but in terms of the number of chargers to cars, we are in a very good place in terms of sort of the recommended ratio. Again, James will no doubt go into the detail on that. But we're equally very conscious that we need to really rigorously test e-vehicles in particular, and we have numbers of those sat with driver training at the moment so that they can be tested, but so they can also be sort of socialised, if you like, with operational colleagues as well to get their feedback on those vehicles. So we're really clear that there is the strategy talks about those non-response vehicles being placed out into active service first, if you like, and we will make absolutely certain that we do have that supportive EV structure, infrastructure fully in place before we start to roll marked response vehicles out. So as I say, I'd commend our fleet colleagues for their I was going to say their fleetness of foot, if you like, in responding to our environmental sort of obligations, in enhancing the quality of the fleet more generally. But I may pass over to James, if I can, Fiona, just to get a bit more specificity on the EV rollout and the supporting infrastructure. James?
Thank you. So, whilst the strategy that we've got is ambitious, we're not trying to force this at a rate that either is beyond the capability of the vehicles for the roles at which they're required to perform, or for that charging infrastructure. So the fleet team work very closely in partnership with local leaders on a site-by-site location who understand the requirements and understand as well around the charging infrastructure locally. So in some cases at the moment, we are using partner infrastructure, but that's agreed locally that that's something that works. If it doesn't work, we wouldn't do it. Where we are overall across the country at the moment is we have just under 300 charging posts around the country in 45 different sites. By the end of this calendar year, we expect that to be over 500 charging posts in 61 sites, and I'm working closely myself now with BP Pulse, who are the provider of the charging infrastructure, meeting with their senior officials every week to push this programme on to make sure that we've got that number. But as an industry benchmark, it's recommended that you should have one charging post for every 6 vehicles. Our internal measure, because of that need for responsiveness and resilience within the police services, that we're going to have a charging post for every 3 vehicles. So where we are at the moment is where we have somewhere just over 1,000 ULEV vehicles, we have that 300 chargers. Now, ideally, we'd maybe have 350 to keep to that, and we're using some partner infrastructure to make sure we've got that top up to have the 3-to-1 ratio. But as I say, by the end of this year, when we have 500 charging posts, that will support 1,500 vehicles. And we're anticipating that we'll probably, at that point, by the end of the year, have 1,200 vehicles. So we will have that, that there'll still be a bit of flexibility for more electric vehicles. And the final point I would make is just around the suitability of vehicles. So, as DCC designate said, we're only putting charging vehicles, electric vehicles at the moment into non-response roles, and we're still investing in petrol and diesel vehicles where we need those vehicles because of the capabilities that they have that electric doesn't yet have. So just to give that assurance, we are ambitious. We do want to do this as quickly as we can, but we're doing it safely. We're only doing it where there's the right technology and there's the right level of infrastructure to support that rollout. Thanks.
So a couple of follow-ups there. In terms of, so working with partners is good, but I'm assuming it's reciprocal. So when partners' charging points are down, they'll be able to use Police Scotland. So I'm interested to know how that's working. And also, if the 1 to 6 is for, say, a university or an administrative building, do we have a standard yet across the UK for policing in terms of what that ratio is? Because 1 to 3 does sound very helpful, but I'd be interested to know what the ratio is for response services.
So, taking your second question first, there isn't a standard that's been developed yet for UK policing, and I think it's because, from aside from Police Scotland, it's at the very early stages, and I think what we'll be doing, and with our fleet manager Stuart Taylor, who's heavily involved in the National Police Fleet Managers Association, is that we'll start to feed back the data that we're building, that we're starting to build with the back office function that we've got with BP Pulse, to understand, is this working for us? The feedback that we've got is that it is, but that's for unmarked and non-response vehicles. When we do get to the stage where we would maybe start to pilot some response again, we'd need to look at that. But so far, it's working, and it's something that we'll just need to develop and adjust if it needs to be adjusted. On your first question in relation to partners, we have agreements locally, so there's an understanding that, given the nature of what policing does, if policing needs it, policing gets it first. But where it's available, and as I say, because we are at the moment in that kind of non-response phase, then we are sharing infrastructure locally where that's appropriate. And as I say, it's kind of governed through local agreements and arrangements in that sense.
I've got 2 more board members indicated, Merritt Casey and then Michelle Miller. Thank you.
Very much, Chair, and thank you, DCC, for your report. You outline in that report the proactive work that's done year-round by Police Scotland in relation to road safety, and you refer to 57 fatalities on our roads between 1st of April and 15th of August this year. 16 of those fatalities were motorcyclists, 17 were pedestrians, 4 were cyclists, and the rest were car users. But each and every fatal accident represents a tragedy for the families of those who died, and the impact is often felt very keenly in local communities. Now, if we take a minute to look at the figures for 2022, which were only published this week after your report was completed, we can see that deaths on Scotland's roads show an increase of more than 20%, with 174 people killed, the highest level for 6 years. They also show that although motorbikes make up only 3% of vehicles on our roads, a much higher percentage of fatalities are motorcyclists. Pedestrian deaths are also at a very concerning level, up 17% on the previous year. Can you outline Police Scotland's response to these figures and share with us what you think Police Scotland can do, alongside partners, of course, to help address this worrying picture?
Thank you. And again, I will bring DCC Connors, Jane in as the responsible DCC for our operations and roads policing business in Police Scotland. So first of all, if I could just go back to the very first point that you made. Every single death on the roads is an utter tragedy, and leaves families bereft. Probably every single person in this room has been touched in some way or another by a death on the road. So our aim is very much in the prevention space, and I'll pass to Jane shortly, and she will outline some of the preventative activity which is ongoing. But what I would say is every single event, when it does occur, is rigorously and thoroughly investigated. Every death on the road is rigorously and thoroughly investigated so that we can learn from those incidents and use that learning to inform enforcement, engineering, and the work that we do with our partners going forward. What I would say as well is that my experience to date has been that every incident, every fatality has its own unique sort of circumstances. So it's very infrequently possible to generalise from these specifics. But I can reassure you that we do learn from them, and we do work very closely with partner agencies across the country, whether that, as I say, is in terms of engineering or design on our roads, where we place speed cameras. You know, all of that preventative activity is done very closely in partnership between Police Scotland and governmental third sector partners. So that is all being taken forward. Again, you will have picked up, Mary, I'm quite sure, in terms of some of the media coverage of late, that our roads policing, our provision of roads policing across the country is an area which is under active review at the moment. Absolutely suboptimal to have to be thinking about cutting the numbers of roads policing officers at this point in time, where, as you say, the numbers of those who are killed on our roads are coming back to kind of pre-pandemic levels, which is something, you know, that we are desperate to avoid happening along with our partners. But again, there are some very difficult conversations that we're having to have, some very difficult consultations with staff association colleagues going on at the moment, and some very difficult decisions ultimately going to have to be had around where we place our resources across the country, and when and in what conformation. But what I can say is there is no diminution in the determination of colleagues across Police Scotland to drive down the numbers of those who are tragically killed on our roads. And this is probably an appropriate time just to pass to Jane, just to ask her to take us through some of the ongoing campaigns and partnership working that's going on at the moment. Jane?
Thank you very much, DCC Designate. So thank you very much for the question. It is a really important area. We continue to focus on prevention in particular. You know, we have the investigation when these tragedies happen, and as you say, there's families behind every single one, but preventing it is what's absolutely key. There is no doubt that we face some really difficult decisions and choices, and as has already been discussed, those are ongoing. But I am grateful for the interest and support of the board in the discussions that are ongoing around roads policing in particular, so very grateful for the support around that. I think if I move on to some of the things that we are doing prevention to try and actually proactively manage some of these issues, one of the main things is understanding, as Fiona says, each circumstance is different, but what's the themes or the trends that we are seeing? What can we bring out? That will help us with targeted campaigns, targeted activity against things we know that will reduce it. So there was an in-depth fatality study between 2015 and 2020, which has now started to provide data. Both Police Scotland and the transport partners are looking at that to understand what is driving different behaviours, what is driving the accidents that are happening, and the road deaths that go through that. So sharing the information that Police Scotland has with the partners will enable us, as I say, to do targeted campaigns, either awareness and knowledge, or where the resources actually have to go. So since the last SPA board in June, there have been a number of campaigns. I'll highlight a couple. So the National Seatbelt campaign was 5th to the 28th of June. That was very much about targeting also children's safety, how children need to be kept safe in vehicles. You know, targeting the parents, the grandparents, those who are travelling with children around seatbelts, but also child safety in particular. The Summer Drink Drive and Drug campaign ran in June to July. Again, really high visibility, particularly putting out into hotspots and that data enabling us to understand where we're seeing those issues happen. Particular focus on commercial vehicles on the 17th to the 23rd of July. We know the damage that is caused by commercial vehicles, especially if they're moving at speed. Working with the industry, but having the commercial vehicle week where we had particularly the DVLA, HMRC and others, not just Police Scotland, but out targeting vehicles and being able to do that, particularly in the commercial vehicle space. There's a really good pilot ongoing at the moment in the north, which is about driver engagement. It's going to be extended to A and D divisions. It's currently in N division. And that's Transport Scotland's Road Safety Initiative Fund. Basically, it's a simulator around driving. What it means is that people can be put into different situations in a safe environment, helps them train and understand how they react, how to react, and enable them to improve the safety of their driving. So funding has been agreed for additional simulators, and I think that is something that is particularly important. I think if we're all honest, we probably all think we're very safe, good drivers. And actually, when you're put into a simulator, I think people realise that's not the case, and actually the things that we should be doing. I think a particular one, though, is the new driver early intervention scheme. So that's being rolled out nationally and with partners, with Scottish Fire and Rescue. And that is about going into different areas where we see 17 to 25-year-olds getting into colleges and other places and educating them in particular, one of our most vulnerable groups, early drivers, drivers who have a tendency to potentially not see risks and hazard in the same way as some of the older people might do and have speed. So that's a particular focus as well, because if we can get into young drivers, embed really good standards at a young age and see that behaviour then go through. So that's some of the activity, but as I say, being able to manage the data, understand what the trends and themes are, targeted information campaigns, and particularly around cyclists. And actually we've seen a number of older motorcyclists. So, you know, that's understanding that are people taking to different riding motorcycles later on in life, which is a trend. We need to then educate that as well. So it's being able to have that data to particularly focus on the areas you're talking about. Thank you.
Thank you very much for these comprehensive responses. I think we do understand the challenges of prioritising what's important, but I'm reassured by the focus on prevention and proactive campaigning, but I'm also reassured from your responses that road safety is still a priority for Police Scotland, and I think we would all share that view. Thank you very much, Chair.
Michelle Miller.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Fiona, for your comprehensive report. I think it gives a really good flavour of the complexity and the range of work that officers and staff are involved with. So thanks very much for that. My question focuses on the section in relation to violence against women and girls. And I particularly welcome the emphasis and the commitment, and I know that separately we've looked at a lot of the work that is going on, so welcome all of that. I'm interested in that on the one hand, and the interface between that and the notion, which is also a really important part of devolved leadership, which is around officer discretion. And then the third element, I suppose, of the picture is a real pressure on prisons and the overpopulation of prisons. And I'm really interested, as I say, in the interface between those three things and the extent to which or how your commitment to addressing violence against women fits with your guidance to officers in relation to that discretion, and just how that works.
Thanks. Thank you, Michelle, and I will bring colleagues, and I may bring Malcolm in just in terms of the piece around criminal justice reform and the work that we're doing in the criminal justice space at the moment. I think you're absolutely right. I think the discretion that is vested within our officers is absolutely key to us continuing to maintain the confidence of communities and continuing to police with their consent. You'll be aware that there are tens of thousands of interactions between our officers and members of the public on a daily, weekly, monthly, yearly basis. And it's very often our most junior people, our most junior colleagues who are dealing with members of the public at a point in time where they are in crisis or they are in extremis. So we touched this morning already on the training programme for our people, both the most junior recruits when they come into our organisation, but how we manage the continued professional development of our people as they progress through the service, whether that's lateral development as constables, or whether that is as colleagues attain promoted rank. So the importance of discretion, but the importance of working within the guidelines that are set within Police Scotland, the policies which exist within Police Scotland, our strategic intention around violence against women and girls, for example. These are issues that our people are thinking about, are conscious of, and are balancing, our organisational values, our determination to take a rights-based approach to policing all the time. But they're not doing that on their own. You know, particularly in those higher tariff, more difficult arenas around understanding whether you should deal with an individual as by means of direct measures, or whether you should arrest and take into custody. Of course, there is supervisory, support there for officers in order to, test and challenge thinking. Of course, there is also the opportunity to review significant issues or events, as they arise, and debrief them after they arise, again, to ensure that the correct decisions have been made, or if indeed they have not been made, and people make mistakes, we all appreciate that, then we gain the learning from that debrief, and that is circulated back into the organisation. And again, not dissimilar to the situation within our C3 environment, those issues of vulnerability. How do you deal with vulnerability on the part of a victim, or indeed perhaps on the part of an offender, is something that we stress with our people when they are delivering that operational response in communities. So policing is challenging. It's as previous chief said, it's remorseless, it's relentless, and it demands a heck of a lot from our people. But our ability to provide them with that operating environment, that envelope within which they can exercise their discretion, and which I would say, a vast majority of times they get right, is incredibly important for us. In terms of pressures within the entire criminal justice system, and again, back to comments that Alan made earlier around the utility of DESK in terms of taking some of that pressure out of the system, and indeed some of the criminal justice pilots that we have going on at the moment around summary courts, for example. I may pass to Malcolm, Michelle, just to give you that sort of further reassurance or further insight into the work that we're taking forward there.
So the link that you're making between these different issues, Michelle, is of fundamental importance to us as an organisation and to everyone that's providing that service. And Fiona's covered in some detail the importance, I think, fundamental underpinning actually of the role of constable in Scotland. There's quite a lot of case law about the importance of maintaining the independence of discretion of constables making decisions, but there's also case law about the limits of organisational policy, which can make mandates at scale across how discretion should be applied. So we've thought very carefully about this in different contexts. There's a range of Police Scotland policy and guidance. In some instances there is Lord Advocate's guidelines that are relevant, and of course there is legislation which enables or prohibits us from doing certain things. And alongside all the various elements that Fiona's already described, one of the outcomes that we're seeking to improve is actually safer communities and making decisions where the action that we take is going to lead to a resolution that's not going to have some sort of perverse or unintended consequence in terms of the proportionality of a potential disposal against the impact of the offence that's occurred. One area that we're exploring in more detail to achieve a lot of those aims is where direct measures can be applied by the police in advance or as an alternative to prosecution. There are fairly limited circumstances in which we can do that at the moment. We can issue recorded police warnings. They are a relatively new feature in terms of the formalised system around about being able to issue recorded police warnings and how that operates within the scheme of law that enables it, but also making sure that we have a system of checks and balances over the top when these are used. Or we can issue, in certain circumstances, fixed penalty notices where an individual accepts their effective culpability for the offence or incident in question, and then chooses to accept a fixed penalty notice for a fine as an alternative to us reporting that for prosecution. And those have been successfully used for many, many years. In essence, we want to take some strain out of the criminal justice system for things that are being reported in where we know that there isn't necessarily going to be a positive outcome for victims, for other individuals, witnesses, etc. At times for the accused people themselves and for wider communities as a result. So we are exploring how we can increase the number of direct measures that we use. We want to increase the use of recorded police warnings. We want to increase the range of crimes and offences that we can use fixed penalty notices for. We would like, where it is appropriate, to bring less people into custody, because we believe that's the right thing to do in some circumstances. This is not where people pose a high risk or harm, and it's appropriate that they would be arrested and brought into custody. But it's in circumstances perhaps where at the moment people are brought into custody so that their rights can be facilitated, but actually by dint of legislative changes it may be that other rights are being removed in terms of their liberty and freedoms for longer than would be desired and is proportionate with the offence that is being dealt with. So all of that is in the mix in terms of the work that we're pushing through a criminal justice improvement programme. And it is important that some of that will support freeing up capacity for some of the budget and capacity challenges that we've already hinted at earlier in the meeting, and which we'll come to speak about in more detail. So a lot of checks and balances in place and a lot of future work in this area, I think, to move it into a direction where we use some of these things more often. We can't do that on our own. We'll have to do it with Crown Office, Procurator, Fiscal Service, Lord Advocate, etc. But also we may make some proposals for legislative changes to facilitate it. And you know, your question and the answers we've given will be at the heart of the considerations as we develop that further.
Thanks both for that. If I may ask a follow-up. So I absolutely appreciate all of that, and that's really helpful. I also, as I say, absolutely support the concept of discretion and of that kind of devolved leadership, which I think is a really important part of the culture of the organisation that you're leading, and agree with everything that you've said. I suppose, though, what I'm really interested in, and particularly, Fiona, I think you talked about learning, you know, and you review, and that's absolutely right. And yes, of course, people make mistakes, etc., and do that almost always in good faith. So, in terms of your oversight and your review, do you look at specific data that would give you intelligence in relation to specific areas of interest? So, for example, get back to the issue about violence against women and girls. If you're looking at the review, would you have data that would answer the question of the extent to which discretion is used in relation to violence against women and girls as opposed to violence against men? Or that would allow you to start to extract, as I say, that intelligence in relation to, are we really driving our behaviours in relation to our commitment to violence against women and girls? So it's really about it's not about the issue of discretion, it's about the extent to which your oversight of that demonstrates some consistency between the stated intent around almost intransigence in relation to violence against women and girls versus that important concept of discretion.
Disaggregate data that will allow us to do that is the answer to your question. There are a number of other ways in which, for instance, violence against women and girls is monitored more closely than other areas because of the importance we put it on it, but we don't have disaggregated data that would allow us to present a picture as to whether it was proportionate or disproportionate, which I think is what you're getting at in terms of the application of discretion. But I would say the opportunities for where discretion can be applied in cases that would be classified as violence against women and girls are very narrow. You know, there isn't, as risk goes up, there is less discretion and there is more oversight. So without having the data, I can't present a picture to you that says, you know, what the evidence and the data would show, but it is more heavily scrutinised and it is subject of more oversight and less discretion opportunities as a result of that.
Thanks, Jim.
Back to this issue at some stage, because as you mentioned there, DCC, Graham, you're looking to extend these issues. You're looking to assist your partners in the criminal justice system. You're looking to a proportionate response to that which your officers are drawn into. I think Michelle's point really is, how can we be assured, how can we look for the consistency of application of this amongst all the thousands of officers? How can we see that this application is consistent with your policy objectives and other policy areas? So I don't doubt that it's the right thing to do, the right thing to actually increase it. I think we'd like to find a way of actually coming back and talking more about this. And talking about it with HMICS as well, talking about their evidence about the operation of discretion too. So I don't think it's in any way a problematic issue, but I would just think, as you described it, it's a strategic intent of yours to increase capacity within a system to increase disposals of this proportionately. So can we come back to that and agree? Yep, to come back to that at some stage. I don't know how we're going to do that. The board's not the right place, but somewhere. Now we're slightly ahead of time, so I'm going to just ask the Chief Executive to present her report, and then I'm going to have a 5-minute break after that presentation. So firstly, Chief Executive.
Thank you, Chair. My report last month said that we had submitted our accounts on time to the new external auditor, Grant Thornton, and their audit is ongoing. We are on track to bring the accounts to the Audit Risk and Assurance Committee in September, with a view to them recommending the accounts to the authority meeting later in September and then submission to Parliament. In my report, I indicate that the authority, along with Police Scotland, have been invited to attend the Criminal Justice Committee to give evidence as part of their pre-budget scrutiny, and that will happen on September the 13th. My report also gives an update on progress relating to the creation of the Police Negotiating Board Scotland. The parliamentary steps have been completed, and there has been recruitment of a new chair, on which our Vice Chair, Jane Ryder, was on the recruitment panel. In my report, I cover a number of areas and occasions where the authority has had productive engagement with other policing bodies. APACE, which is the Association of Police and Crime Commissioners, Chief Executives, were very keen to hear about how we judged public confidence in policing, and we presented to them. In addition, Tom Halpin, board member, attended with colleagues to the Policing Authority in the Republic of Ireland to share best practice, to understand some of the areas that they're taking forward that are innovative and we may want to learn from. Finally, Chair, with great pleasure, I'd like to say that we will be launching our new website by the end of August. This has been a significant piece of work which has been taken forward with our stakeholders and users. The intention is to give more access and transparency to what the Police Authority does, and to therefore enhance our accountability. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Are there any questions from members? Paul.
So for the Chief Exec, then perhaps the Chief Constable or Deputy Chief Constable designated, the report about police confidence I'm interested in, and I'm curious how you'll maintain satisfaction with the police going forward in times of pressing budgets, for want of a better description. I wonder if you can maybe give us some ideas of that.
Thanks, Paul. I'll again just provide a bit of introduction, if I may, and then hand over to Malcolm for a bit more detail. Malcolm mentioned when we spoke a little bit earlier this morning about the incredibly high levels of satisfaction that people across the country have currently with the response they get from colleagues in C3, and indeed that follow-up activity that our officers take forward post a call for service coming into C3. Those are at very high levels, and we are absolutely determined to retain those satisfaction levels, and that is down to, as is almost always the case, the professionalism, the goodwill, the interest, the competence and the compassion of our officers and staff across Police Scotland. Of course, we are never complacent. There is a lot of insight work which is going on at the moment, where we're speaking to people in communities across the country to understand what matters to them, what's important to them, what generates trust and confidence, and what perhaps for particular communities undermines trust and confidence. And again, we feed that information back into the communications campaigns that we take forward, and the work that we do in communities with local officers. So there is an ongoing commitment to continue to understand how we are perceived in our communities. It's really important. We said it again, time and again this morning, that we would not be an effective or legitimate organisation if we didn't work with the people in communities across Scotland. So, as I say, there is a lot of activity ongoing at the moment to maintain those levels of satisfaction that we currently achieve from communities. Malcolm, I may hand over to you at this point if there's anything specific you would want to add.
Thank you. Number of years, then we were in a position where trust and confidence was much higher consistently than satisfaction across the organisation. What that meant was that people's perception of policing when they hadn't had any dealings with us was higher than their actual experience of when they had contact with an officer or member of staff for a specific issue or incident. That's reversed. Satisfaction levels are now higher than trust and confidence. It's partly because satisfaction has increased quite dramatically, but it's also because trust and confidence has lowered a bit. And I think that's a trend that we're likely to see continue. And for what it's worth, I think we should focus our attention on satisfaction, because that is where we can pull levers and we can predict with a greater degree of certainty actions that we take or decisions that we make are going to have an impact in terms of service levels, and therefore satisfaction is likely to drop. And as has been heralded already this morning, we are going to be reducing service levels in some areas, and therefore I think it's likely that satisfaction might reduce in relation to some of those areas as a consequence. We've recently developed a more sophisticated means of measuring trust through a trust index, and some of the questions that we're asking in that now directly relate to people's perception of what's likely to happen around about resource constraints and budgetary pressures on policing and other public sector organisations, and they're asked not just about their level of confidence, but what they think the impact that might be. So we're going to start to be able to monitor people's perceptions of how that is playing through, and then we'll be able to track it alongside satisfaction. At the heart of our public contact and engagement strategy is making sure that the public are engaged and involved, and that's not just us listening to what they say, that's also us being very upfront through what's going to come as a result of some of the constraints that are placed on the organisation. Opportunities through, for instance, the public meetings of the police authority, but all the other engagement activity that we're orchestrating nationally and at a local level, not just to communicate, but to engage with different sectors and communities directly, to ensure that people are aware of what we're doing, why we're doing it, and how we're going to do it, we know is hugely important in terms of maintaining trust and confidence, particularly at times where resources are constrained, and we're going to have to make very deliberate choices about the prioritisation of services into certain areas. So I think our understanding is increasing, but I think the short answer to your question is that it's likely in the future we will see some of these measures reduce as a consequence.
I may add some comments. The Deputy Chief Constable Designate in DCC Graham have set out very clearly how Police Scotland approach this. Our work is seen to be aligned to that and to be independent, and that was a question we were asked from other police boards across the UK. And I'd like to maybe pass to Amanda Coutard, who leads on this for the authority, just to say how we intend to pick up on that point around challenging resources and our approach to this.
Thank you. Yeah, I think first of all the work that we do within the authority corporate team aligns very much with the work that's underway within Police Scotland. We work closely with the Directorate of Strategy and Analysis to understand how the data are gathered and used. Beyond the assessment of the Police Scotland data through Policing Performance Committee, it's a core element of the quarterly performance report, and both the data on the Your Police survey and on user experience is something that gets a fair amount of focus in Policing Performance Committee and is interrogated quite fully. The authority also last year made the decision to commission independent public polling of police confidence, trust and confidence, to triangulate data to ensure that there was as full a picture as possible of how the public in Scotland feel about delivery of policing. That polling is undertaken on a 6-monthly basis, and we are just about to publish our wave 3 of that polling, which gives us a long-term trend position around insights into trust and confidence in policing through an independent representative sample of the population in Scotland. Again, that will be considered through Policing Performance Committee, but what that allows members to do and allows the authority to do is take a more rounded picture of different angles and perspectives around what drives trust and confidence. In addition to that, we are in year 3 of a project looking at what impact on confidence in local communities where there are higher levels of deprivation, which we know have an impact on trust and confidence. That work has been delivered across 4 local communities in Scotland. We are at the point of testing some of our theories and starting to write up an evaluation of that project. But what that has done is give us some really good insights working alongside colleagues in partnership prevention and community wellbeing and in the local divisions that we're active in about the types of things that really drive confidence. That builds on work that's already been delivered jointly between the authority and Police Scotland on drivers of confidence, but gives us some really helpful hints and tips and actions that can be taken across all of the local policing divisions about small changes in practice that have a significant impact on how members of the community feel about delivery of policing in their area, and mainly where they don't have direct experience of policing, but where they see it happen in the community and they have particular views about how that's delivered.
Very pleased with the clear distinction between trust, confidence and satisfaction. As the DCC said, the most control you have is over satisfaction with those who've used your service and how they're responding to you. And that's, I think, where the focus you can have the most direct impact. Of course, your general operation does impact on general trust and the broad perceptions about confidence, but these vary, sometimes regularly outside your control. So I'm very pleased with the very high levels you've got. I've always been struck by that. I think C3 is the jewel in your crown. The thousands of people every month who are phoning into Scotland is an indicator of confidence in policing. And there is an area which I think you are very high, is very high. An area of weakness is being kept informed. Once you're in the system, how well are you kept informed? And I think that should probably be a driver. I hope to increase satisfaction, DCC, but at least to maintain it if you can push that one up. So thank you for that. And we will always circle back to this articulation of trust, very high levels, confidence, very variable, satisfaction, remarkably high, and rightly so, because that's people who've actually been dealt with policing. There's not a perception of how they think policing is without knowing about it. Well, without having a direct contact with it. So thank you for that. Are there any other questions for the Chief Executive? Back in 10 minutes, please. Thank you very much indeed. in reconvening. Our next item, item 7, is the annual report submitted by Craig Naylor. Craig Naylor is Her Majesty's Inspector of Constabulary in Scotland. Craig, over to you.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Committee, for the invite to talk about my annual report. The Chair just asked me to cover off a couple of quick points about my role and purpose. And the role and purpose of His Majesty's Inspector of Constabulary in Scotland is to hold both the Police Service and the Scottish Police Authority to account. We have defined under the Police and Fire Reform Scotland Act 2000 and to the staff, officers and volunteers that work within the service. So this is my second annual report since being appointed last March, year past March, but it's the first annual report that I have delivered the actual inspections. So I wrote a report last year for my predecessor's output, and I was delighted to do it because it was a very good report. I want to make a few comments, but I will take in effect that you will have read what you wish to do from my report. I would make similar comment to DCC Taylor that we've had an exceptional period of time since Sir Ian Livingstone was appointed as Chief Constable. You know, the past 6 years when he came into post, it was fairly chaotic. It was a challenging period of time. And his ability to put his foot on the ball and bring calm into the environment that he was operating with the exceptional team we've got here has been a significant benefit to the people of Scotland. I, like yourself, was delighted to join him and others from the executive team and elsewhere when he retired from service a couple of weeks ago. I've got to say, he has led the service with distinction, and we see, and I've mentioned in my report, and I'll quote the phrase, that the service, I think, is world-leading in its ability to deal with everything from community issues, major and complex crimes, political challenges, and major events. So, in reality, Chair, I think the service is very, very good. But it's also facing significant challenges, and we've heard some of those already this morning. It delivers outstanding services to the people of Scotland through exceptionally good staff, officers and volunteers. And that's no mean feat. That's an incredibly difficult thing to do. It has been a busy and demanding year for policing in Scotland. We've had significant major events. You know, DCC Taylor has talked about some of them, but almost a year ago just now we dealt with the death of Her Majesty, and Police Scotland were the first focus of that journey of the coffin back to London from Balmoral. And I've got to say, having seen the planning of that over the years, it was delivered with distinction and with a human rights focus that I think is exemplary. In addition to that, I'm really pleased to see the high levels of performance that continue. And the one for me that really sticks out is probably the opposite side of the coin that Sir Ian talked about every murder since the creation of Police Scotland being solved. It's the fact that homicides have reduced quite considerably. I'd much rather see prevention as a focus alongside the detection. Excuse me. The reduction in homicides to the lowest level since records began, I think, is exceptional, and I very, very much welcome that. And that public health focus in many areas of policing in Scotland is one that I welcome and recognise. I'm also very aware that almost a year ago just now, Sir Ian set out 3 priorities when facing a challenging budget. And we've talked about those this morning already. Those being, protecting the service on 999 and 101 calls, response policing and being able to respond to our public, and dealing with those who are most vulnerable in the public protection sphere. And having those as the highest level of priority, I think, is very strong, and I really, really welcome that. I understand, and DCC Graham talked about the performance levels with Treble 9 and 101. 12 seconds for Treble 9 is exceptional, and I think something that is to be guarded with jealousy. And 101, we have all been through distinct challenges with 101 over the years. It is a non-emergency number, and I think we need to remember that and recognise that protecting Treble 9 is where we should be. So I commend the service for what they've done on that. I am and do remain concerned at the budget position, and recognise that pay rises and whatever the pay negotiation leads to will have an impact and will lead to some reduction in service. I think the way that that is done and the longer term planning around strategic workforce planning and target operating models will allow in the future that to be more balanced. I am concerned though in the near future how that looks. I was delighted to be invited by Director Katie Miller to sit when she was discussing her strategic workforce planning earlier this week, and I think the plans that she's coming up with will move very quickly, and I'm keen to see how that progresses. So in terms of our role, we have, over the last 2 years, reformed and revised how we do our business with much more of a focus on self-assessment and encouraging Police Scotland and the Scottish Police Authority to understand their own business better and more effectively. We've also moved to a 3-year plan and built in a quality assurance process to every inspection that we now do. That will hopefully improve and increase the reliability of our reports, and recommendations that we make are in line with what you understand, but also what you would expect from us. So in the last year, we've delivered a number of reports with recommendations attached into the areas of contact assessment model in the C3 environment, the strategic workforce plan, as I've mentioned, domestic abuse, which is phase 1 of 3 inspection reports over the period of time between now and the end of our 3-year plan. We have worked with partner inspectorate bodies and other scrutiny agencies on a baseline assessment of healthcare in custody, first time that's been done, and are now rolling out healthcare in custody inspections and have done Lanarkshire and Tayside, and currently working in Dumfries and Galloway. We've continued our joint inspections of children at risk of harm and adult support and protection, along with the Care Inspectorate and Healthcare Improvement Scotland, and these partnerships are very strong and give us the ability to influence across 32 local authorities and the health boards to try and ensure that the services that children at risk of harm and adults who are needing help get are good, sustainable and improve. Finally, on joint inspections, we've done work with the Inspectorate of Prisons, the Inspectorate of Prosecutions and Healthcare Improvement Scotland, on Care Inspectorate on the diversion from prosecution, and one of the areas of development that we're keen to see is how that continues. We think that it's used well, and where it is used well it gives good and effective outcomes, but we're concerned that other partner agencies don't have sufficient capability if we do increase the number of diversions that are sought, particularly in social work across Scotland. Increasing from 4-ish thousand cases a year to what would be a more meaningful number, I think is doable for Police Scotland, and I think they're already in that position where they could do that quite effectively. The difficulty is going to be in whether partner agencies have got the capacity to deal with that increase. We also did, on your request, an inspection into the drug driving toxicology, and thank you for that, Commission. We're hoping that the strong work that's been led by Fiona Douglas and her team, along with others, is going to really progress that quickly, and we're delighted with the work that's been done to develop an action plan on that. And as Mr. Eadie said earlier on, the MOU will be a significant step forward, and one that we very much welcome. Turning to this year, we have listened to both the SPA and Police Scotland in terms of the demands that we put on them around managing and supporting inspections. We do understand that this is a busy and challenging area. There are around 80 recommendations that are currently live. They are managed well. We work very closely with the teams, particularly under DCC Spears area of business, to make sure that the level of evidence that is provided to us is good, is strong, and is meeting the recommendations. And we've closed a large number of recommendations, but sadly every time we close a pile we issue another report and give you another pile to work on. We do recognise that's a demand, along with the self-evaluation that we ask for every inspection. So we've listened to the DCC designate's request. We are trying to slow these things down and give a bit more time and space to do the self-evaluation, and then for us to take that forward. We continue to work on our 3-year plan. We've just revised that when I issued my annual report. And much of the revision has been about timings rather than change of focus. But we've brought some bits of pieces of work forward and delayed some bits to allow a bit more time for recommendations that have been made in some areas to be completed before we go back and re-inspect. So we're going to be doing some work on missing persons. We're going to be doing some work on Operational Support Division. And then we're going to do a validated self-evaluation of the Scottish Police Authority at the tail end of this year. And I know we're doing some work on that just now, Chief Executive, that we're starting to come up with how that's going to look. In the coming weeks, we will publish reports on vetting, on mental health demand in Scotland, and on organisational culture. These are all big, chunky bits of work. We think there's really good evidence out there of how Police Scotland deals with these things, but we think there are areas of improvement that could be made that will improve the capacity to deal with other issues, particularly around the mental health demand, and we're hoping that that will land well and make recommendations that the whole system can be looked at from start to finish, not just on policing, but on the issues that Damien Angelini raised a number of years ago around how does the system respond to mental health crisis, not just how does policing respond. And we think that the demands on Police Scotland just now are exceptionally high, and others are maybe not as committed or dedicated to that. And we're hoping that Scottish Government and partners can do some work around that following our inspection report sometime in October. Other than that, Chair, I think that's probably all I would want to raise, other than thanking everyone we work with in Police Scotland and the SPA for their commitment and their hard work. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Naylor. Can I hand over to any questions, Alistair? Alistair Hay first.
Yeah, thanks very much for the report. Very comprehensive, and I read it with a great deal of interest. And just to underscore that recognition that you've given in there to Police Scotland being were really recognised as such. But what I'd like to focus on is the delivery of better outcomes for the people of Scotland. And Police Scotland plays a key role in that, often a lead role, but often a supporting role. And within your report, what you highlight is the joint scrutiny activity that took place over the preceding 12 months. I wonder if you could just expand upon the benefits of that and what perhaps some of the opportunities of it are going forward.
Yes, thank you very much. We work very closely with the Care Inspectorate, Healthcare Improvement Scotland, Audit Scotland, and Inspectorates of Prosecution, Fire and Prisons. The relationships are very strong, and what we try to do when we do a joint inspection is to look at the whole system, how it works from end to end. So the diversion from prosecution inspection looked at how police officers deal with people who are usually first or early offenders, how they report cases into the Crown. The Inspectorate of Prosecution then looked at the Crown and how they make decisions based on the standard prosecution report that policing deliver to them. And then how do they either go into the prison service or into social work for diversion activity. Now, it's not perfect, but if you work collaboratively together, what you're trying to do is to wrinkle out where the difficulties in the systems are to make things smoother, more efficient, more effective. In doing that, what we try and do is find a way that we can make sure that the organisations that all involved have recommendations that improve their service, but make the sum of the parts greater than the individual parts themselves. So we're very happy that that's working. We've just been commissioned by Scottish Government on adult support and protection to do what's called Phase 2. That was publicised on Monday of this week. Phase 2 is very much about revisiting the initial 6 authorities that were inspected in, I think it was 2017-18, So going back and seeing how they've got on in the past 4 or 5 years post-pandemic, but also working to deliver a framework of improvement that is similar to the Children at Risk of Harm improvement framework that's been in place for some number of years. So bringing adult support and protection up to that standard, making sure that there's a consistency of service in all of the local authorities, all of the health boards, and that Police Scotland plays its part in that. And to be honest, the adult support and protection and the Children at Risk of Harm, Police Scotland are significantly well performing in all of these areas, and it's rare that we have any concerns at all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Fiona McQueen.
Thanks, Chair. And like Alistair, really interested in your report. You've talked about the number of recommendations that either are still outstanding or are in progress. How content are you with the quality of response and the pace of response, both from the authority and Police Scotland, to the recommendations of your publications?
Thank you. It's difficult because many of the things that we recommend, we know will take a number of months, years to deliver, particularly when it will rely on capital investment to change an IT system, for example, or something similar. We know that there is a huge amount of work done, and it's very rare that when something's presented to us that we turn it back and say no. So generally we get high quality, we get significant packs of documents that show the progress that's been made, that show, even if it's not fully achieved, that something has been done to address the issue that we've raised. So it is hard work. We do this in a very different way to our colleagues in England and Wales. They don't follow up the recommendations. My view is we make a recommendation, we want to follow it up because we want to be able to say to the public of Scotland, it's yourselves, that this has been done, and this has been done to a high standard, so we think there's been an improvement made, and that's what we're all about. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I just re-emphasise that point you made there about HMIC FRS down south? Because I was privileged to become and speak to the Joint Inspectorate, so you invited me to that. I've been in London speaking to other inspectorates, and they have no power to enforce their recommendations. And I think that's important. Sometimes Scottish exceptionalism means we don't realise what kind of oversight and insight we've got into policing. So you do require your recommendation to be signed off, and all due credit to our Chief Executive, who's transformed the way that our Audit Committee examines through our Chair of Audit and our previous Chair of Audit to sign off this, and the way that's followed through. I want to emphasise that because this infrastructure we have is very, very demanding, which is behind Fiona's question. I think if you're going to make a recommendation, we want it followed through, tracked and followed through, even if that takes a considerable length of time until you making a recommendation or anybody else making a recommendation into policing ourselves, it's either signed off or it's no longer relevant. I'm overemphasizing that point because the supervision and oversight of policing is very extensive and very strict, I think, in Scotland. And to compare making recommendations to police services down south, which are not followed up, is quite a different proposition, and I think we are all the stronger for having our systems in place, thank you, Chief Executive, and the very comprehensive work I know that's done within the policing management to make sure that's happening. So that's an editorial for me, because I think we need to emphasise that more than we sometimes do. So my next is from Katrina Stewart.
One of the things that jumped out for me was in your introduction to this report, and you identify a number of areas where you have identified that Police Scotland are doing a lot of work. So, for example, in anti-discriminatory work, violence against women, Your Voice Matters. And the common theme through all these comments is that you perceive there's not as much communication of that activity and the work that is being done in these areas. And I suppose my question to you is, as it seems to be such a core theme in your introduction, what you would see as being HMCI's role in helping to promote and support the development of that communication?
So, yeah, it's an interesting question, and thank you for it. When I spoke to you when I first came into post, I gave you two commitments that I was working towards. One was to recognise more fully the successes of policing in Scotland, because I think that's something that's been underplayed in previous years. And one was to, hold and be truthful in our scrutiny and criticism. I think there has been some exceptional communication on some of the key issues. I think the issue that we are finding, and will come out in a number of reports in the coming months, is that on the back of the announcement at this committee meeting that the organisation was institutionally discriminatory, which I welcome, to be honest, that people were feeling vulnerable on the back of that. And we're getting this from a lot of places. I would love to have seen more of senior leaders across the organisation, rather than just the team that's sitting here who took the brunt of that, coming out with that message, explaining it and being maybe more visible. But I understand it's a massive landmass that we're dealing with. We're dealing with, I think it's something like a third of the UK's landmass, a lot of police stations, a lot of places to get round. That is incredibly difficult. What can we do to help in that? Well, doing things like this. When we publish reports, we make sure there's plenty of noise made, whether it's picked up by the press or not. Sometimes it is. When they're more controversial, they certainly are. And I always make myself available for interview, whether that's for print media or otherwise. We also try and push into things like the 1919 magazine, which the Scottish Police Federation fund and support. So we try and make sure that when we're saying something, we are both balanced, but also as visible as we can be to say why we think this is either a good thing, bad thing, or otherwise. Hope that helps. Thank you.
Are there any other questions? Say, Mr. Naylor, thank you for all your cooperation with us and with Police Scotland. It is critical for the board constantly to seek evidence, insight and analysis to provide public interest assurance on the quality and effectiveness of policing. And you are a clear building block about that. And in your annual report, you do say, Police Scotland provides an outstanding operational police service. That should be emphasised. It is not the only assurance that we're seeking, but I'd like that assurance to be on the record. It's in your annual report, but I'd like us to repeat that. We get the opportunity every year, as it was said by the Chief Executive, to write our own annual report, which will make its own view, but that will be part of the triangulation of this. So thank you, and thank you for your cooperation. You inspect us as well as inspect policing, so we always look forward to that. I think you're inspecting us later on. I know you're inspecting us later on this year, and we hope we maintain our professional relationship through that very demanding, I'm sure we will do, time. So thank you for attending. I know that you have to go, and we brought your item forward, so please stay as long as you can. So thank you. If I can move on now to item 8, and after item 8 we will break for lunch, unless we finish incredibly early, which I somehow doubt. We might do. So the financial performance quarterly report, this is for discussion and presented by our Police Scotland's Chief Financial Officer, James Gray. James, please.
Thank you, Chair. So this is the Q1 report that covers the period up to the 30th of June, and it projects forward for a full year position. I'll maybe start with the capital and reform positions because they're more straightforward, and then finish on revenue. So on capital at Q1, we are forecasting that we will spend the full allocation in this financial year and have made good progress in the first quarter, spending 1/3 of the overall capital budget in the first quarter. And that trend has continued into period 4, where we've spent over 40% of the capital budget within the first 4 months. So that's trending green. On reform, again, the forecast is that we will spend the full allocation, albeit it is a reduced allocation from 25 to 22 million, and I'll come back to that in regards to the mitigations around the revenue budget. So both on capital and reform, the position is trending green, and high degrees of confidence around the delivery of those. If I pick up on the revenue budget, as members will know, it went to the Resources Committee earlier this month, at which point there was a forecast overspend position on the revenue budget of £18.9 million, and the main factors for that are set out on slide 3 of the appendix, which we went through at length in the Resources Committee. But I was going to just pick up on the agreed mitigating actions that were agreed by the Executive since the Resources Committee, and therefore have been incorporated into the revised forecast that's come here today, which is that the forecast is break-even, albeit the level of risk associated with that at the moment is still red, and that's primarily because we need to start to see data come through to see that these measures are taking effect, because they were agreed earlier this month. So there's been a late additional page that's come out that's headed up mitigating actions next steps. So I'll just talk to that for a couple of minutes. And this is a table that sets out a number of actions that total £18.9 million, and which, if delivered, would bring the budget back into balance, which is the assumption that we have at the moment based on it's been agreed to by the executive team. And I'll explain just some of the focus that's on these mitigating actions to give a sense of the level of assurance that you can take from the volume of activity underway. The first one is in relation to the recruitment pause, which the DCC designate had touched upon earlier on. That is now effective. That is being monitored on a weekly basis between finance and P&D around attrition levels to see where that is. That obviously remains a risk in the sense that we have an assumption over normal levels of attrition, but that's something that we'll continue to monitor to see whether that is actually coming through in reality. The next two on that list are in relation to reduced overtime. The first one's for police officers and the second one for staff. There is an overtime working group that has been established within Police Scotland, which is headed up by the executive team. All the ACCs are on that, and the first meeting was earlier this week. We're reviewing overtime now on a fortnightly basis using data coming out of our HR system based on claims that have been submitted, so that we're not waiting until the payroll data comes through every month. We're being more proactive, more frequent on that, and are investigating right down into very specific locations and reasons for overtime to understand what those are, to try and get that back into line. So that is already underway and has met, as I say. The next one is in relation to reducing non-pay budgets, and this is taking out non-pay budgets where they are controllable, and in some instances that they're not controllable, in the sense that in the short term we can't just walk out of a building, for example. So some of those utilities costs that we've got in there, we are saying in the short term are non-controllable, so they've been excluded. But where we've got controllable supplies and services budgets, those have been reduced. So they've actually been reduced in budget holders' allocations. So what they see when they see their budget information is a reduced level of ability to spend in those areas. There's also a focus on seeking forms of additional income generation, which has got a 1 million target in the short term. We'll also be looking to do that and expand upon that into the medium term, exploring other opportunities for bringing in revenue, as well as maximising the opportunities of existing income streams. And again, a working group has been established around looking at those opportunities for the current year. The next item is around non-recurring items, 2.5 million. I've got a high degree of confidence around that. I do think that there are, we have a number of things in there. We might be able to get more than 2.5 million, but I think 2.5 million is something that we absolutely can deliver. But as I say, there's a potential that might be a bit higher, albeit not in a, the magnitude wouldn't increase significantly. And then the final one is in relation to there was a £5 million allocation of revenue budget to top up the reform budget. As members may recall, the reform budget, which had been 25 million for a number of years, had been baselined into the policing budget, but had been reduced to 20 million. And at that time, a decision was made and was agreed by the board to bring that up to 25 million, to top it up to effectively what we'd seen in previous years. The proposal here is to reduce that back down by 3 million. There's potential that, again, depending on where these other lines go, we may need to look at that again. And again, this is a proposal. I'll be picking up with SPA colleagues just around the kind of the formal governance around that, around environments and so on, around getting that proper authority to do that. But that's the proposal on the table. And as I say, in total, that brings in 18.9 million, which is why the forecast here is at break even. But as I say, there is an element of risk around deliverability at this stage, but there will be that proactive management, as I say, on a weekly basis around the attrition, on a fortnightly basis around the overtime, and on a monthly basis within the executive team around the overall monthly monitoring. And as we said earlier on, the Resources Committee will also be doing that review every month as well. So we'll very quickly see the effect to which these measures are taking effect, and whether it's at the pace we need them to in order to get back on track, which we hope that they are. And if they're not, we'll know very early on that we'll need to look elsewhere. So it is, it's not without risk, but again, I think it just reflects the difficult financial situation that we're in this year. But I'll pause there, Chair, but happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I want to try to get through this fairly quickly. We have the clear commitment from James and indeed from the Deputy Chief Constable about a balanced budget. We have a clear process which is outlined by Grant through the Resources Committee about regular reporting, and a commitment now from James to actually go to the accounting officer and talk about this environment and ways to go. So we are going to be, from what you're saying, in balance by the end of the year with these things, albeit some risk. So I'm just putting that out there because I think we should explore some of the areas of risk, but we shouldn't rehearse too much where we got to. We'll come to that at some why we're here. So can I start with you, Grant, to explore these issues with James?
Thank you, Chair. We only received this actual list of actions very recently, but I think the key plan to try and actually allocate each of these headings to individual responsibilities is going to be key to success. If it's a group of people, it will never happen because it'll be a shared responsibility. So I think for each of these headings, it needs to be drilled down into individuals to be sure that if the savings are being delivered, that's fine. If they're not, it's quite clear who's got to take further action. I know that you referred to the fact that overtime will be reviewed fortnightly, but in fact the secret to that is bound to be approving overtime in advance rather than after it's been incurred. So somehow or other, there's got to be a mechanism right down to the divisions to try and actually find a mechanism for handling that. There are some things that seeking additional forms of income generation, for example, when we've only got 8 months or so to go in 7 months to go in the current financial year, there'll be limited impact in the current year, but very important going forward. So I think the key to this is close management by Police Scotland and effective communication with the Resources Committee so that we can actually see whether some things are on track. Inevitably, there'll be changes in here. These numbers will inevitably change. And in fact, even from the forecast that was produced at the end of Q1, some costs will have increased during Q2 that may push the total to a different level, or it might be less, it might be more, but it needs to be closely monitored right the way through. And certainly I can assure you that the Resources Committee is very keen to work with the senior management of Police Scotland to make sure that we are back in harmony with a balanced situation by the end of the year.
Thank you. I'm going to take a number of comments here. I'm going to come back also to the Chief Executive as a accountable officer, because there is no risk appetite here for going over budget. I need to come back and have the Chief Executive explain as an accountable officer what her approach to this is. But thank you very much, Grant. I think that's quite clear guidance from you. Who else would like to make a comment from the board? Alistair?
Yeah, thank you, James. And I did have the benefit of the conversation at the Resources Committee. And I appreciate that you've brought to us the next steps in the mitigation as you attempt to bring the budget back into balance. But we've already heard comment and discussion on hard choices. So what I would like to understand is the operational impact. In the short to medium term, what is the likely operational consequences of the savings plan and the mitigations that you're proposing to put into place? And I would also like to understand is, do these operational impacts differ if we attempted to live within the budget from the start of the financial year? Because as Grant just highlighted, there's a shorter period of time now to bring these actions into place.
Chair, if I may, Alistair, I'll perhaps just pick up on those issues from an operational perspective, say a few words, and then what I would like to do, and it should hopefully speak to your point, Grant, about exec, not just oversight, but exec ownership and exec grip around these sort of mitigating actions and the forecast the forecast that we have at the moment in terms of how we bring our spend back under control. So what I would like to say in the first instance is you have absolutely my guarantee to your point that we have named individuals who have responsibility for the different elements of that sort of those mitigating actions. They are at executive level and they are held very closely to account by myself and my deputy colleagues. So there is absolute organisational commitment to do what we can to deliver against these actions and to deliver a balanced budget at the end of the financial year. To Alistair's point, what we are very conscious of is we are not a data-rich organisation. The evidence is not always there at our fingertips to support decision-making. So I think it is important. I will pass it to Malcolm in a second, Alistair, if I can, because what I would like to take the opportunity this morning, Chair, to do is just to give the board an understanding and a degree of oversight of what the entirety of the work around policing our communities in terms of organisational transformation, the work that we need to do around our operating model, and the consequences of some of the decisions that we may have to take, what those are likely to look at, but also, Alistair, to give you the confidence that they are being rigorously, again, overseen. Now, that is not to say that we're not going to have to take some of these decisions. We have taken decisions already around pausing police staff recruitment, for example. I absolutely take Grant's point about authorising overtime in advance, but sometimes within policing, events, circumstances, incidents arise, which means that we're not in full control of all of those levers. So the importance of policing our communities, the importance of the scrutiny and the leadership that Malcolm and David Page are showing at the moment, I think is going to be absolutely fundamental to the success of our operational delivery moving forward, to our ability to focus on those areas of high harm, high risk, high threat that we've spoken about this morning, but also to enable us in an informed way to take those less palatable decisions that we know we are going to have to take over the course of the rest of this financial year and very likely next financial year as well. So, Chair, if I can, I may just pass it to Malcolm just to talk about some of the work streams which are ongoing under policing our communities and also to talk about some of the actions which have already been tasked out into the organisation and which we are scrutinising again on a fortnightly basis with our next opportunity to reconvene being on the 4th of September this year. Malcolm?
Wasn't aware the microphone was working during the course of the morning. Policing our communities has been underpinned by a resource prioritisation structure at strategic and service delivery level. Strategically, myself and David co-chair that group, and all of the members of the executive sit on the strategic group, and at the moment we're meeting monthly, and we have a cycle of other work and assurance mechanisms in between the monthly cycle. So the pace and urgency that's going into that work has accelerated during the course of the year. Sitting underneath that, there is a service delivery group, effectively a tactical level group that is co-chaired by Katie Miller and Gary Ritchie, Director in ACC respectively. And they have a small dedicated staff who are supporting and coordinating the various actions that are being taken, again on a similar rhythm as I've just described. Fiona earlier said that we went out with some significant engagement activity internally across the organisation at the start of this month. Mainly amongst that was the focus of attention on the recruitment pause and the effect that that would bring, the parameters that we put round about that and the reasons why. In all of the decisions that we've made and the proposals that are being developed, we've risk assessed what the impact is likely to be in terms of operational service, or indeed internally to support, and how that might affect the purpose of the organisation in terms of the safety and security of Scotland's communities. That has resulted in what I think is a fairly consistent theme round about high risk, high harm and vulnerable people being prioritised in terms of the services that we need to retain, and that reducing levels of service delivery in policing are a last resort once we've looked at support and other internal opportunities, and that's represented in the mitigating measures that James Gray has just presented and gone through in a little bit more detail. Whilst we have had an opportunity to invest in various measures from which benefits have been drawn to increase capacity in the organisation, mobile working, core operating systems, even the utility of the revised fleet model in terms of service delivery, accessibility, visibility. Whilst we have had the benefits of some level of investment, we know that that has not been sufficient for what we would have wanted to achieve in terms of the ambition for further efficiencies, and that remains the case. And we've also undergone significant work which has been well heralded through this forum and publicly, to result in £200 million recurring savings on an annualised basis, which we set out to achieve when police reform commenced 10 years ago. So some of the opportunities for efficiencies are more limited, which is why we arrive at a point through the resource prioritisation structures that we need to start looking at service levels. As a part of that, we laid out some high-level information about a number of reviews and options that are being developed. A review of the force executive structure to develop some options in advance of Joe Farrell arriving as the new Chief Constable, who will inevitably want to look at the structure of the force executive. A review of senior command structures across all functions of the organisation in terms of police officers and staff. A high-level review of support structures and services, absolutely vital to make sure that we're making best use of some of the changes that have come in through technology, and that we're prioritising efficient support, not just within our corporate services division, but across all parts of the organisation. That is, of course, linked to the pause on staff recruitment. And then we get into some of the prioritisation work round about service delivery roles and functions. We're looking within C3 at the operating model in terms of how we assess calls and how we respond to service demands from members of the public and other partners. We're looking at our attendance policy in terms of proportionality and some of the lessons that we learned from COVID that potentially we could re-implement, and how we would manage that, what impact it would have. And we're doing an examination of our investigation policy in terms of proportionality and thresholds to see if there's any opportunities to change that. Again, all based on the criteria that has been laid out. The next meeting of this group is on the 4th of September, and options in all of these areas will be presented by the work. Each of these streams is being led by a chief officer or a director or a combination of both. There's more work round about rank rationalisation, both in terms of temporary ranks, looking at our officers and staff. And the final piece I wanted to highlight was an assessment of change projects to see if we can accelerate any change which is going to support and deliver benefits to the front line when we're looking at some of the service level changes that I've just described. So that might be in relation to estates. Myself and David Page co-leading with James's support some of the work in the estates team to see if we can accelerate some of the benefits that will come out of that, already heralded by Fiona Taylor earlier. Is there additional investment in ICT which would free up capacity? But as I've just said, we know that our parameters for operating budget-wise in terms of investment are extremely narrow. And we're implementing a programme which will play through in the medium term into next year, around about strategic efficiency and reinvestment on a department-by-department basis, which in effect is a priority-based budgeting exercise throughout the organisation, which we're seeking a small amount of external support for. at the heart of all of the changes that we're making is that recognition that's already been laid out this morning, that we cannot ask our officers and staff to do more with less. And it is manifestly a fact that there is less. There is less resource, there are less people in the organisation, and we're heading in a direction where, because of the budget settlement, there are going to be less people in the future than there are now. Without the investment at the pace that we've required for the efficiencies and the technology support, that means that we're in a position where service levels will have to reduce across some of the areas that we're examining. But at the heart of that, we must retain the welfare and the well-being of our officers and staff. They're the absolute lifeblood. The level of discretionary effort and vocational support that comes to communities from police officers and staff every day is what the service runs on, and we need to safeguard and value that at the very highest level. People have been working extremely hard. Demands are up across several areas, as we've already described, and it's part of the incumbent task of the leadership of the organisation to ensure that any pressure as a result of the things we're describing and debating today does not manifest itself in a consequence of people feeling as if the burden rests with them at the point of service delivery, and we're putting measures in place to ensure that that's the case. I'll come briefly to the second part of the question, Alistair, round about what impact does the mitigating actions have. I start with a slight disagreement. You started by saying that, you know, what will happen now, rather than if you had attempted to live within the budget at the start of the year. We did attempt to live within the budget at the start of the year. I need to be very clear on that. There's a number of things that have happened through the course of the year which have meant that it's been harder for us to make some of the changes that we want to put in place without having extremely deleterious effects on service delivery which we were not willing to bear, or external factors in terms of cost pressures which could not be anticipated at the time that the budget was set. So through that careful monitoring, assessment and response, we've got to a position where we now have the mitigating measures in place. I'm going to draw out just three areas. The recruitment pause, well, it will have an impact in operational service delivery, but not directly in areas of high risk and harm, because we've protected resource deployment. We need to be able to be reassured that we can get the right people in the right place at the right time. We've protected C3, we've protected Criminal Justice Services Division in terms of the operational service delivery rules, and we've protected our police inquiry support assistants and front counters across the country, and that's right. The impact of the recruitment pause, though, will mean that people will leave the organisation where they choose to leave from, and there will inevitably be a lag in terms of the reorganisation, design and resizing of support staff roles, which won't necessarily mean that we have a range of support services in the places that we need them, and we'll have to very carefully monitor as a result of that what the consequences could be for more service delivery focused people picking up support functions. I would tie that back to welfare and well-being, as I mentioned earlier. I want to touch on the overtime piece briefly. There are some things within, to go back to Grant's suggestion about what about authorising it in advance. All overtime is authorised at some level in the organisation in advance of it being spent. Now, it might be that if it's in the middle of the night and somebody's having to stay on first thing in the morning, that's through a sergeant and inspector that are on duty, or it might be if it's for a large no-notice event, like we've had a lot of protests against the fossil fuels industry recently from environmental groups without any notice, and those large operations which have to be sustained for many days would be authorised in terms of overtime impact at chief officer level, either ACC or DCC, and there's a whole range of things in between, and we're looking at the authority levels. There are some things within overtime that are within our gift to determine. So we can make choices about service levels for people staying on, retained on duty. We can make choices about any discretionary overtime for productivity. Quite a lot of the overtime pot isn't within our control. People are mandated by law to go to court when they're cited. If it comes in at short notice on their night shift, then there's an overtime implication, as an example. And the resilience, the capacity within the organisation to flex because of the increased demand and lower capacity is less. So the requirement to use overtime to police those things has unfortunately increased. That cuts across staff and officers, and at the same time some of these no-notice events, which can be extremely expensive in overtime, and which we can't plan for. We can put contingencies in for what we think they will be, have increased dramatically over the earlier part of the year. And then the final point I wanted to make was about the reducing the revenue contribution to change and transformation activity. That saves money in year in terms of the reform, the change capacity, but it has an effect in terms of slowing down or limiting the change, which actually perversely is what we need to support increasing the capacity of the organisation with less people. And therefore that will now have an effect whereby, unfortunately, in a vicious cycle rather than a virtuous one, which is what we would choose, the slowing down of change activity will inevitably mean that we may need to look at some more of the measures, or to a greater extent in the service delivery front. So I know I've covered that at some length, but I wanted to be as fulsome as I think is proper given the circumstances, and I'm very happy to take any questions on it further.
Thank you very much. Now comes to Tom Halpin first.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you very much for a lot of information there about what's happening in the mitigation. That said, when the budget was approved in March, we were assured that the budget was achievable. And that was in regard to prioritising threats and vulnerabilities, and also reference to savings that were also already in place, or in train. Reduction in officer numbers would be one of them, etc. And we now have, and even the HMICS earlier referenced the concern regarding the budget pressures going forward. We've discussed the unforeseen circumstances, etc. So it leaves a big question about how achievable it is in terms of the savings that we're seeking to bring through, etc. And all the uncertainty goes with that, which means that the management interventions that you've described today, fortnightly reported, etc., are even more important. So I think we have to reflect on why was that management not in place sooner than now. We have to take it forward. So I suppose my question is that looking forward, going forward, in terms of what have been response to this overspend, are those and the continuing pressure on budget, are those new interventions a permanent feature of the management of Police Scotland now to demonstrate that grip going forward? And things like revenue generation increasing in that, those pressures that are experienced in policing are expressed by all stakeholders, so it can't be that we just suddenly push that pressure out, because there's community impact, in terms of those who we generate revenue from just now. So there's a sense of reassurance about a realism about how much that income generation can actually be increased. All that said and done, I'm looking for a reassurance about what you're saying is achievable, and that the measures put in place just now would do that. I mean, we're talking here in September looking at options. That's not a lot of time in the budget to bring that level of imbalance back into balance. So reassurance we get into next year that those measures are not just temporary response to this, that there is a realism about that for achievability going forward.
Thanks. I'll maybe start the question and others may want to come in. Yeah, on income generation, what we've tended to find in the past is that we tend to overachieve. We're a bit conservative in what we say, so we're putting that on the table now rather than holding it back and looking elsewhere, because we do think it's realistic, and we do think there are some opportunities to move into new areas, but conscious of the fact about what you're saying about community impact, and that will be picked up. I think how achievable, I mean, that these things are achievable, the proof will be in the pudding, and that's why I think the monitoring, and I think September will be the key month, and I think by the time we get to that, the end of Q2, we'll know exactly how effective these things have been. As I say, like there is a very narrow path around this. There's not an awful lot of levers, and you alluded to it yourself, in the month of September to start looking to see how you can look to other things. There are one or two very narrow things, one of which, as I said in earlier on in the presentation, would be back into reform, but again, that is that vicious cycle. So we don't have many options. So I think certainly my view on it would be, in this financial year, we absolutely will need to continue with this right the way through until the end of March, and depending on what the settlement looks like for next year, it may require to be continued into next year. But I'll pause there. I'm not sure if anybody else wants to.
I think, Tom, just again to really great question. I think James has answered the achievability part. What I can again tell you is that we are absolutely committed as a leadership team. This is a really challenging plan, as Malcolm has mentioned and James has said as well. This is our projection at this point in time, and we are absolutely committed to making the savings that are set out in the way that Malcolm has described. But we don't know, we never know in policing what the next day, month, week, year sort of might mean for us. So we have to be fleet of foot and alive to any other issues which we are tasked with dealing with over the course of the financial year. Again, as James said, the nature of the settlement for this next year, for this coming year financially, I don't think we are overly optimistic at this point. I know we're a long way out, James, but I don't think we're overly optimistic about what that settlement might look like, which may well mean that some of these really quite intensive management, senior leadership interventions do actually remain. That's part of the broader point I think that Malcolm is making around just changing our service delivery model, looking at our operating model and understanding what that is going to look like going forward. And again, just finally, to give you the reassurance, this is not a piece of work which we have started in the last couple of weeks or months or whatever. The work that Malcolm and David have been really seriously engaged in has been going on all of this calendar year, and we are now just actually in a position to understand risk and to crystallise the work streams and the actions that we need to take forward to mitigate the financial sort of situation that we find ourselves in at the moment.
Should have asked Alistair Hay if he wanted to come back after his question. My apologies, Alistair. You want to come back in?
Thanks very much, Chair. And perhaps I misphrased my question. I do appreciate that you've been working hard to bring the budget into balance across the whole year, but you've had the opportunity to explain some of the circumstances and the approach and the longer termness of it. The question of that springs to mind from the responses I've heard so far is there's some real conscious decision making going on in this organisation, and you are extremely concerned around the impact of reducing the revenue contribution to the change and transformation activity, because it's that change that will give you that longer term sustainability within the organisation. So what I'm really asking for is I would like to see, as we go forward, as well as the measures that you've got to mitigate this year, I'd like to see over the medium to longer term what those plans would be, because there's a lot in train at this moment in time within Police Scotland that could potentially deliver more effective and more efficient, but bringing that all together into one single report I think would be quite helpful for us to see that, and then that we can see your conscious decision making, and it helps us with our conscious decision making as the SPA.
Thank you. I don't think you need to respond to that. We've got a budget development group which we can come through, and I think that's the process. I think that you should bring those in too.
Thank you, Chair. That was exactly what I was going to suggest, Alistair, but also to Grant's point about having a senior police officer now part of the conversation within the resources committee as well, I think will also assist in providing that clarity, Alistair.
Welcome that commitment to have the professional policing view. And it's not just a spreadsheet matter. This is about what matters in policing, and they're clearly related. But I want that resources. Thank you. Our Chief Executive has a special role to play in this as the accountable officer. Chief Executive.
Thank you, Chair. Maybe I'll start with just speaking about when the budget was set, which was actually in this room back in March. And there were two questions at that time. There was one to the Chief Constable, which was, can you police Scotland effectively and efficiently with a reduction in police officer numbers? And he said that we could. And the second question was to myself, Chair, from you, which was, in my role of accountable officer, what was my view in the budget? And at the time, I said that my role as AO is to ensure decisions in respect of resources take into account all relevant considerations and that risks are assessed. And in my view, the paper presented demonstrated that, and that the budget was robust, diligent and meticulous. So it was quite clear in the paper, I think it was like slide 10 in the papers, there were risks around the savings, and they were set out really clearly in terms of the value, the risk appetite, the financial deliverability and the operational risk. So when this board received the budget in March, that was all covered. But what I think has come through today, which is really reassuring, is that in my view, finance has a role, and James and his team are exceptionally good at what they do. They challenge, they provide detailed data for the senior officers in Police Scotland to take a view. But it is the operational side that has all the levers in terms of deciding what's spent, where it's spent, and priorities. And what I hope the board have heard today is a reassurance from DCC Designate and DCC Graham that that is how that is being operated, and you've already said that someone will attend the resources at a senior officer level. That's absolutely crucial, and I think that's what you've heard today. The financial credibility of Police Scotland has been hard won, but can be easily lost. And you yourself, Chair, has made it really clear we want a balanced budget, and we are working towards that. James and his team can provide all the data. I can contribute in my role as AO, but it's really those levers around spend that has to be really controlled. And I'm hoping today you've heard, particularly from the questions from Mr. Halpin and Mr. Hay, that Police Scotland are doing that to control those levers.
Thank you very much indeed. And I just want to emphasise at the end that we've heard a lot about the hard processes. So before I finish, do you want to come back in? Okay, I'll let you come back in and I'm going to conclude. Thank you.
In relation to the points that Tom Halpin and Alistair Hay had made as well, I wanted to emphasise that perhaps I should have done more, and it hasn't come up as important, that it's not news to the authority or to the service that we have not had the investment that's required to make the changes that would match our ambition across various efficiency and effectiveness measures in the changing world and the demands that we face. That's a really significant issue that hasn't come up during this conversation. I do think we need to focus our attention on. I touched upon it in terms of the consequence to the reform budget. We've made really significant changes within the parameters we've been able to operate, but they're not broad. And when budget cuts have come in at the pace and of the magnitude in real terms that they are, our options have been really narrow. And I do want to pay great credit to the staff and officers, both in the leadership, but particularly in frontline service delivery of policing in Scotland. I strongly believe one of the reasons that we have struggled to manage the budget in terms of some of the overspends compared with the budget, for instance, into overtime, is that our own people and our leaders desperately want to provide that world-leading service that we have heard about today from HMCIC and from yourself, Chair, that the communities of Scotland expect and deserve. And it is with some great degree of reluctance that people step into the space of reducing service, but it is a necessary consequence of the circumstances that are imposed upon us. But I do want to bring it back to that investment and change piece, which is important.
I want to come back to the Chief Executive here about financial credibility, because we've discussed this before. I wonder if you could just rehearse with Alistair Hay what we discussed before. Without financial credibility, we have no chance to be effective advocates for any improved. I want to just come back to you about that, because I don't doubt what you're saying, but I want to re-emphasise the critical nature of a balanced budget to do all that you might want to achieve, and certainly all that we want to achieve in terms of advocating for more spend in a very tight spending situation. So I would just like that emphasised by yourself.
In terms of financial credibility, it becomes an issue when, just as is being highlighted, you're looking for additional resources. Because a very simple answer can be, well, you're not dealing with the resources that you have at the moment in a proper manner. And it's very hard to get out of that spiral of argument. So for me, financial credibility is a platform to get more investment, to show that we are worth investing in, that the public funds are well looked after. And if we lose that, we're then in front of the audit committee, we get Section 22 reports, and then we lose all our ability to get that extra additional resources that, quite rightly, DCC Goodness set out as much needed to advance going forward. So that's my view on the credibility.
Thank you. There's no news there, but thank you for emphasising that, because last financial year, drawing into this budget, we stood shoulder to shoulder in terms of our advocacy for increased resource. We didn't get what we wanted entirely, but we got more than we were offered to begin with. This year, we need to make sure that we're in the budget that we agreed in order to have a fighting chance next year, which will be even more tricky, frankly, and the year after that even more tricky, to be able to advocate effectively. And I come back and I want to just emphasise positively the contributions that both the technical financial staff make, absolutely critical. I mean, we don't use this word lightly, but I think they have transformed the information the board has received over the last 3 or 4, since my time. I'm really, really confident in that. And then really emphasise the professional policing advice you give us about the hard choices, not the hard processes, they're in play. The hard choices you're telling us, with all the consequences for public confidence in policing, satisfaction with policing, about how you may respond to threat and harm. We need those clearly on the table. And with those, we can say we with your advice, predicted those. We predicted the outcomes in Scotland. And this is not a surprise. The budget is in balance. We've driven the efficiencies as far as we can and come back to the 3 C's I mentioned at the beginning. The capacity. Have we really driven out the demand that others could do in terms of mental health or missing persons? I'm not saying they're easy. Some people think they are. They're not at all. Have we, as you're alluding to, have we maximised capacity through our investment and technology? I really worry about this. I think you're actually telling us we may reduce our investment, and that may have a medium to long-term impact on our capacity. But we have to find the advocacy grounds for arguing for more rather than overspending. And the third one we haven't talked enough about, but we will talk about it later on, is the culture in policing. We need to get the most of our officers well on the job, and the back office and the office staff well and on, so we have the capacity through our culture changes to support people in what you rightly say, DCC Taylor, is one of the most demanding and relentless jobs in Scotland. We do recognise that. But at the strategic level, we're agreed. Balanced budget, hard choices, clarity, risk, and making the case for increased investment, both capital and revenue. I think I can speak on behalf of the board. I'm very confident from this presentation that it is absolutely clear where you stand and where we stand, and I don't think there's any difference between us. But we will end the year with a balanced budget, and the longer we leave the hard choices, the more pain there will be in the system, and I hope we make them very quickly. With those words, I think that's that item on this agenda completed, but it's start of a very intensive conversation, at least every 2 weeks and for you, and every month for us over the life of this financial year. So thank you very much indeed for all your contributions. I'm going to now stop for lunch, a lunch break, and come back. Come back at 1:45, 45 minutes. Yep. Thank you very much indeed. board meeting. Now we're running about 30 minutes behind schedule, so I'm going to like to try to catch up, if I can, make sure that all these presenting to make that account, and so board members. But if there's pressing questions or pressing presentation issues, please do not hesitate. So the next one is the item 9, the SPA governance review, and I'd like Lynn Brown, is it for our approval, Lynn Brown, to present here.
Thank you, Chair. Each year, in the spirit of continuous improvement, we look at our corporate governance framework and seek to update it. The review set out in my report takes into account the recent committee effectiveness reviews and board effectiveness review. Also recommendations from HMICS in terms of the Forensics Committee. The report sets out updates to standing orders, committee terms of reference and financial regulations, and is submitted for your approval.
Thank you very much. I know each of the chairs has considered this. Does any chair of an effective committee have any comment or concerns about the scheme? Can I ask for your approval of the details in that report? Thank you very much indeed. The next item is the Police Scotland Scheme of Financial Delegation, which James Gray will present. Can I just check, James, has this been to Resources Committee? Right, can I just leave you to present? Thank you.
Thanks, Chair. I'll be brief. This is just a regular review that we have of the Police Scotland Scheme of Financial Delegation to make adjustments as things change. There are 3 proposed changes. One is around recognising there's a new head of finance post in Police Scotland and having provisions in there for approvals. The second is just about shortening the governance route from Police Scotland into the SPA accountable officer, and the third one is in relation to just recognising the fact that SL will be a formal part in the budget setting process. It's been an oversight from previously, so relatively minor amendments, and it's all been through SPA Resources Committee, and SPA officers have all been through it.
Appreciate it. Grant, can you comment first?
I can confirm that it's been through the Resources Committee, and we're totally content with the changes that are proposed.
Thank you very much. Do any board members have any comments? So it's recommended by Resources and James from Finance for our approval. Are you content to approve that scheme of financial delegation? Thank you. Item 11 is the digital strategy outline business case. Just to confirm before I invite Andrew, this has been to the Resources Committee, so I'm going to come back to you in the same vein. So Andrew, over to you. And so Andrew Hendry, Chief Digital Information Officer. Welcome, Andrew.
Thank you, Chair. As you mentioned today, we present for approval the new digital strategy for Police Scotland, accompanied by an SOPC and a new target operating model for the division, which designs and delivers and runs the digital capability across the organisation. Over a 6-month period, officers and staff from across the country in various functions have worked together with the digital division to develop the digital strategy. Engaged collaboration was at the heart of the approach, with police light and criminal justice partners providing input along with industry to ensure the products are informed, relevant and connected as possible. The digital strategy is phased over a 5-year period, a pragmatic and realistic view of the period categorised by now and beyond. The strategy is ambitious and innovative, but it's far from goal-teed. Built on the ICT published in 2018, the digital strategy presents ambition and demand for both digital and data technology, but also ways to enable new ways of working and deliver operational and corporate digital capability that currently is either not present or an age that no longer fit for purpose of a 21st century National Police Service. The digital strategy seeks to enable the organisation and our people to no longer deliver the critical services in ways that are shaped and restricted by processing data that comes from the missing digital and data technologies. Wish to provide their officers and staff with what they need to fulfill the critical day-to-day role that they play in keeping people safe, at the same time as being able to operate in the way that offers the public that we serve an effective and modern accessible police force that continues to improve the safety and well-being of people, places and communities in Scotland. So as you say, Chair, this was well circulated through committees and boards, and again I thank them for their input and guidance, and I would turn it back to yourself for questions or discussion.
Thank you very much. A fascinating paper, really detailed, really enjoyed reading it. Thank you very much. Grant, what did your committee make of this and what's your recommendation to us?
Thank you. The Resources Committee saw this in detail at different stages. I made a complete workshop that went into it in a lot more detail before the final version that you see in front of you came to the last Resources Committee meeting. Basically, it boils down to this is a plan. It's not a detailed business case because an awful lot of it is subject to the detailed finance when the timing is right. It's the direction of travel. We're very comfortable with the direction of travel. We have said that depending on the funding that's available, is required to be a prioritisation that has to be fitted in alongside operational requirements and a realism as to how long it's going to take to deliver each bit of this particular plan. But in principle, we're happy to recommend the approval of this as a way forward.
Thank you very much. And before I bring in Alistair Hay, is there any aspect when you discussed it or you want to advise us, Andrew, that is controversial in terms of the technology that is on the roadmap in front of us?
Thanks, Chair. I think how we use the technology is what we'll have to consider.
Pass on to Alistair Hay, please.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Andrew, for the paper. As has already been highlighted, we've had a lot of opportunity to see this as it's developed, and I think everybody is supportive of the direction of travel that you've set out within this, and also the case you make for the need to go digital within policing to improve effectiveness and efficiency in this challenging environment. But it is a challenging environment, and what I would like to ask you is really coming from a performance perspective in the delivery of the strategic outcomes, the policing priorities within Scotland. So within this strategy, what would you see as being the things that you would want to deliver early? What areas of operational policing would these target? And what sort of costs would you be thinking? Because the financial ask is beyond the means of Police Scotland now and in the foreseeable future. And related to that is you're also asking for an additional investment in your target operating model. We've already heard there's a recruitment freeze on, so there's a tension in there. So those kind of operational questions, but focusing on the areas to target to enable us to deliver against the strategic outcomes, and what sort of money did you think we're going to be looking at to make some substantial progress in those areas?
Thank you. So just to answer your question around, so firstly, the strategy was built with alignment to the Joint Strategy for Policing. It was also very heavily linked to our National Transformation Portfolio, so that kind of identification, if you like, of priorities is kind of inherently in there. There is also, for obvious reasons, a technical and logical synergy built in there between certain components, and I would name, for example, desk and body-worn video. Those two go hand in hand. In regards to how we would prioritise, I suppose, and how we would pick, I think it's touched on earlier from a business case perspective, linked back to the strategic outcomes and overall priorities, but more so as well, there is probably components in there which stand out for me in regards to criticality, either for opportunity or for demand. I think from a capability perspective, areas like body-worn video and also cybercrime investigation technologies that we currently do not have, that any legitimate 21st century police force should have. And then also I would touch on things like national critical infrastructure, for example, within our MCE space, 999-101. Again, these are the first line of contact from people in need of help, which then obviously flows through the organisation. Again, it's an area that has had massive underfunding over the years, so I would probably highlight them here today. But what I would say though is that the strategy has been built in a modular fashion. Obviously, we are not denying that there is obviously financial challenges in the current climate we're operating in. So from a strategy perspective and from a product perspective, it's been built in a way that we can be very agile in how we deliver it based on, you know, organisational priorities. And from the financial perspective, if you don't mind, maybe refrain from answering that purely on the basis of I would potentially be misleading you, but what I will assure you on is that we can modulise the costs based on the components that are picked. So based on that deliverable, we can, you know, we can demonstrate on a case-by-case basis. So.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that it would be possible for you to actually really answer the full financial costs, and we will get detailed business cases as you go into these different modular parts of it. But the linkages you've got to the priorities and the other strategies in the organisation, it's really good to hear that, and we look forward to seeing it developing in the future. Thank you. Thank you. Any other board member? Caroline.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Andrew, for your report. So, yeah, just to add to my colleagues, it is a good piece of work. We've been with you on the journey with this. I don't think there's anything in here that any of us would argue with in terms of what's required for policing in the 21st century. But as we've discussed, choices will have to be made. And I just wanted to make the point, really, I suppose, to the wider Force Executive, because some of those choices in the context of reducing budgets, we inherited a very big estate, as you'll know, in terms of IT. A lot of work has been done, but there's still an awful long way to go in terms of making that the best it can be, especially to support policing today. And therefore, the choices may be that you're doing that at the expense of other line items in your budget. So I'll use an example. Say you need 100 million in IT, you might decide to take 100 million out of estate. So that's very simplistic, probably not thing, but it's that kind of choices. So I guess I just wondered about your approach, because you discussed earlier about having to pause some of these projects, you know, this year with the choices having to be made. But I guess these are the sort of projects that really will underpin your transformation and enable you to have a different operating model going forward. And in a land of reducing resources, sort of salami slicing everybody the same amount isn't going to get you to where you need to be. So I guess it's how you're going to do a prioritisation in terms of putting areas, more money into an area like this at the expense of less in another area. Thank you.
Chair, thanks. I'll pick that up if I may. It's a really, really good point, Caroline, and quite clearly there isn't a binary answer to that. What I would say is we have a number of mechanisms, opportunities for prioritisation amongst the most senior colleagues within Police Scotland, whether that's through the Change Board, whether that's through the auspices of our Senior Leadership Board, where we can actually bring different categories of programme, project, ambition from various primary boards into the one arena where we can then do exactly as you've just discussed, understand where the greatest benefit is going to lie, actually understand where we may be able to achieve quick wins or quicker wins. But your point is, again, is absolutely right. We need to understand what the disbenefits of making those decisions are. And of course, a lot of the work that Andrew talks about in his strategy underpins estates transformation, underpins our ULEV fleet. So a lot of what Andrew is describing are actually enablers to beneficial change elsewhere across the organisation. But I can give you the reassurance that we do have the mechanisms and the methodology to look at our capital spend in the round.
Back to the conversation we ended at an item on the budget with Malcolm Graham DCC Graham saying, look, if we don't invest now, we're not going to get to where we'd like to get to. And us saying, well, you can't invest now if you haven't got the money because we've got a balanced budget. Now, we are on the same page as this. So we are agreeing strategically, this is the way forward. This is your professional advice, what a modern police service looks like. I really welcome that. I think one of my 4 objectives with technology, I want to accelerate the use of technology within policing, but we can only do that in budget. So from Alice's point of view, a question from mine is that there are some early codependencies. We absolutely insist as you do body-worn video. So that should be a priority for this financial year and next. The codependency is DESC, this digital transfer, digital exchange of evidence. So that has to be settled in, and there are issues about the law and our willingness to use the technology. So, and then there are other issues which I think I'm slightly more sceptical about using technology within policing to deal with some of the fraud issues, which we should be sharing our resources. We should be looking to see who else can help us in that area, either across the United Kingdom, National Crime Agency, or indeed the pipeline that fraud often comes down to, which are the tech companies. That's where we should be looking to prevent this. So the approval, I think I'm going to go ask for the approval because that's recommended. What we'd like to see, if we could do, and let's be very frank about this, we'd like to see what you would prioritise for this year and next year. I mean, I know that's impossible because you want to prioritise all the way through. But as we face the budget constraints this year and we build the budget, what that would allow us to do is have an advocacy agenda. We're going to pay for this year, we're going to pay for that next year, but we can't afford to do X and Y. And that allows me to lead with the board and you to lead with the executive to say, here's what we need, here's the cost of this. And we don't have to do it in a one-off, but we bring in these things through in a discrete basis. If you would like policing to be a modernised service, dealing with these terrible increases, for example, on online child sexual abuse, can technology help our officers not have to undergo the trauma of looking at those images and having all sorts of problems, having to have a look at them? Can technology help us with that? So I very much welcome the paper. I think it gives you the roadmap. I think the issue is undoubtedly a great piece of work. I know it's been through more than one iteration, Andrew, and thank you for your patience on that. We will approve it, but we need to join together about what the priorities are for this year within your budget our budget constraints, and next year, and what you can't do and what can we advocate for, what we can cost and advocate for in a clear way. That might be impossible because you're saying it's too much dependency, but one of our ambitions is to seek clarity in terms of what policing needs. I do think that we're behind the curve on technology in Scotland. I think there are other police services which are ahead of us, and that can be an advantage. We're late adopters. We're late adopters to body-worn video, and that we all know that's unacceptable. To not have body-worn video for a variety of reasons. But because we're late adopters, I hope we can get ahead of the curve very quickly. So before I finish, I would like just to invite DCC designate Fiona Taylor to give any advice to us, on professional policing about this strategy. And I know that you'll support it, but any advice to the board?
Thanks, Chair. And as I said earlier this morning, very supportive of the strategy, both in terms of the digital strategy itself, but also the transformation within digital division to support delivery of the strategy elements of it, component parts in a different way, perhaps, than we have previously. Your point about prioritisation, as I say, we rigorously prioritise in any event, Chair. We have to. It's a function of the financial envelope that we work within. I think it's important to make the point that actually there are already a number of transformation projects in flight, which do have capital revenue reform requirements, locked into them. And I'm thinking about, CASE, some of the cause products, for example. But I am with Andrew. I mean, I do think, I recall colleagues saying, 18 months ago, it's embarrassing that Police Scotland does not have body-worn video. We are a very, very late adopter in that respect, and that is something that we are pushing very hard to make progress on. And that's the capacity, that's the capability, to support all of the criminal justice work that we've talked about earlier, to deliver speedy justice for victims, to support the health and well-being of our police officers, to reduce complaints against the police. Every element that you look at in respect of body-worn video has a positive outcome for us in policing. But again, your point is absolutely right. Because of the amount of data generated by a body-worn video system, which will be fit for purpose in an organisation of our size, scale and complexity, we do have those codependents such as the data lake and the data sharing capacity that DESC will provide us with. So wholly supportive of the strategy. There are a number of significant programmes of work which the strategy will take forward, but there are also smaller component elements of it which we can deliver more or less in parallel that will support the digitalisation of our service as well, Chair.
Thank you. That's very, very clear. Any final comments from you, Andrew?
I suppose just to thanks for everyone's input and discussion today and support. We do have a digital board standing up to drive the digital implementation of the strategy, and I think that will provide the products you're seeking. So we'll make sure we get them to you.
Thank you. I think this is one of the most important strategies to come across our desks. We just have to make sure that we are working with you about how we actually bite-sized chunk this within the budgets and how we can make visible where we can't afford to do things and seek the investment to do that. The final thing to say is we're very lucky to have you, Andrew, as our Chief Digital Officer. Thank you. Sometimes it's not recognised because we get straight into the complex details of this. I think you made an enormous difference to the clarity of thinking within the service and our ability to understand what's going on. Thank you very much indeed on behalf of the board. Very, very much welcome your paper and your personal contribution and your team's contribution to it. Thank you very much. If I can just move on then to item 12, which is the oversight of the Policing Together programme. I'm going to ask Chris Brown, the Deputy Chief Executive of the SPA, to speak to this report. Chris.
Thank you, Chair. I know we're pressed for time, so I'll be brief. Members will have read the paper, and hopefully it's fairly self-explanatory. We're seeking approval of three things. The first is the establishment of the Policing Together Oversight Group. Secondly, the proposed membership of that group, and also the terms of reference. There were only three things I was really going to pull out, if I may. The first being that this is not a committee meeting per se. It does not duplicate the work of the committees, many of which are held in public. This is entirely incremental. It will be it will not be a public, as such, it will not be a public meeting. However, the key outputs from this meeting will be shared at each subsequent public board meeting, and that will be brought to the meeting by Tom Halpin, who is proposed will chair the oversight group. And the only other thing I just wanted to mention is that this has been, the terms of reference has been agreed with Police Scotland via the DCC designate and ACC David Duncan, who is the executive lead for Policing Together. So I was just going to leave it there, Chair, and if there are any questions, I'd be happy to take these.
I was going to invite Tom Halpin, who will agree to chair, and then come back to Deputy Chief Constable Taylor. Tom.
Thank you, Chair. It's important to say that the terms of reference have been co-produced, recognising the inclusivity of this as an area of interest for Police Scotland and the authority. It's also of real interest to key stakeholders and partners, and they will obviously have the ability to input in various forms. So the terms of reference are actually tabled here just now, so I'm not intending to go any further than that.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much indeed. DCC Taylor.
Thank you. Not much to add from myself other than absolutely welcome the setting up of this oversight group. We'll be very happy to, clearly very happy to collaborate and to work under Tom's chairpersonship of the oversight group. The duration of the group, I think, is set within your paper, Chris, at 36 months. I think that is right. I think that speaks to the ambition of the Policing Together programme, and I think it makes clear that this is not going to be an easy fix for Police Scotland. This is something that we have absolutely committed to, and that we need to maintain our absolute determination to positively impact, again, to your point, Chair, on the culture of our organisation. So very much welcome the setting up of this oversight group, and we'll be very happy to collaborate with police authority colleagues to support it.
Thank you very much. Very grateful for that. Can I ask you to approve then as members the establishment of the Policing Together Oversight Group, the membership and the terms of reference? Yes. Yep. Was ask your approval for the digital strategy. All warm words, but I've got to record, so I'm going to formally give you the formal words. Are members content to approve the digital strategy, digital division target operating model, and associated strategic outline business case? My apologies for not asking you that at the time. So item 12, we'll read that. Item 13 is going to be introduced by DCC Jane Connors, and this is the post-breakfast Brexit cross-jurisdictional policing. Just before I ask Jane Connors to introduce it, the board had a range of briefings about this over that period between 2016 and our exit from the European Union. We had a range of concerns expressed to us, and we expressed back to the Chief Constable and the Chief Constable's team about this structure of cooperation across Europe, or what we might be losing. And I'm very grateful this be brought back to us. I'm hoping, well, we'll see whether this closes off the concerns and we're starting a new chapter in our relationship. So welcome to the paper. Thank you very much, Jane Connors.
So, as everybody knows, on the 23rd of June 2016, the UK voted to leave the EU. However, there were no agreements in place on the 31st of January 2020 when we actually left the EU. The Trade and Cooperation Agreement, the TCA, was agreed in December 2020, and Part 3 of that is what actually covers law enforcement. What the TCA does is provide a legal basis for some of the ad hoc data sharing arrangements that were a result of the Brexit process. So some of the key 7 areas that actually affected law enforcement in particular, the exchange of DNA, fingerprints and visual data, which is PRUM. Actually, we've seen an improvement in terms of the speed and ability to look at samples, get responses back between the EU member states. So actually the concerns about that one in particular have not borne fruit, and actually we are seeing that it's a faster process for us because of the way that the data systems are effectively working. It has been looked at also by the Biometrics Commissioner to review that, so we are comfortable with the improvements that we're actually seeing in that particular area. So the transferring and processing of actual passenger name record data, there is an ongoing piece of work because the EU would normally delete passenger name recorded data as part and parcel of transcripts and people who are moving around through the EU on flights. However, the agreement now, and working with the Home Office and Scottish Government and Police Scotland, have had direct contact into this process and have submitted our own reports and concerns about this. They are working towards collectively a process whereby information within that data set that may impact on terrorism or serious organised crime or vulnerability, looking to retain that for a period of 5 years. So that piece of work is ongoing. It hasn't finalised yet, but that is the process at the moment. But the reassurance from us is that Police Scotland are actually feeding directly into that process with the agencies involved, as are the MPCC leads involved as well. So in terms of cooperation on the operational information, this is actually the most significant consequence because this is the Schengen, the SIS2 database, that if you're part of the EU, you have immediate access and everything flows through. That's where all the information flows through. So the concern about that was obviously that the UK was not going to have access to that, all of the information and data that sits within that. The mitigation that has come through on that is the ability to work with the Interpol notice systems. What it does mean is that those people who are part of the SIS2 actually have to do double keying because it has to be fed through Interpol. So if somebody is moving around and they've got information that somebody is coming to the UK, then they will add it into some of the Interpol databases. It is working well. It is a process. We don't have huge concerns that we're missing people that are moving around because of the notification. However, we don't have direct access to the SIS2 in the way that we did. However, the new iLeap, which is the law enforcement alert platform, actually does mean that we are able to access and understand who's moving around the EU and in and out of our borders. It also allows officers to have access to the Interpol databases, not just through PNC, because the Interpol databases has more information than PNC. That is rolling out across our mobile devices, and we will see that roll out across Police Scotland. As COS comes through, these updates will come through as well. So not ideal, but we don't feel that there are significant gaps or threats that are sitting in there that we're not fully aware of. The Europol membership, again, because of the relationships that have been built and the fact that we have somebody seconded into the Europol UK Liaison Bureau, actually, when they do set joint investigation teams up, we are invited in to take part of that. What we can't do is initiate a joint investigation team. However, when we're working with different countries, there will always be somebody who has a process to initiate, and we do get invited in. So again, we are sitting in all the places we need to, and we're involved, and we are one of the biggest providers of information into some of these databases as well. So we're still a very, very valued partner. In terms of surrender and extradition, I think we saw from the Operation Escalade, we are still being able to return people from Brazil and Spain and other places. So the process is definitely still able to work through. We are seeing our extradition requests go back to pre-Brexit levels. There are some complexities around it in terms of nationality bars, where some countries don't want people to be extradited to the UK. Some of them will have reciprocal arrangements where they will offer to take the proceedings and prosecute it, in effect, in their own country for the offences that have happened somewhere else. And we work with the Crown Prosecution International Unit on that. So you can have where victim circumstances and other offences are tried in a different country. So there are complexities in that, but again, the nationality bar is something that is being worked through. There are also some conditions, for example, if somebody does come to the UK and they're extradited and they're convicted, they serve their sentence in their home country. So some complexities there, but again, confident with the relationships and confident that we are seeing the different measures returning to pre-Brexit levels, which is important. The criminal record sharing, again, that is ongoing, and we don't have any issues around that one. And the asset freezing and confiscation, again, timelines within 96 hours of receipt, that process is working well. So in order to make sure that Brexit and the ability of everybody to coordinate together, the Joint International Crime Centre, the JIC, was set up, hosted by the NCA with the different partners involved. Police Scotland, again, have somebody seconded into that. What it means is we have somebody at the heart of where all of the information is flowing through, can put us in touch with different agencies immediately, different countries. So our ability to connect is still maintained through the JIC, which I think is really, really important. So in conclusion, I think the concerns that we would be less secure have not borne out. There is some increased bureaucracy in some of the processes that have to be gone through, but fundamentally the relationships there, the measures that have been put in to bridge the gaps that had appeared, they are secure, and actually we are confident that we are able to access what we need to maintain the security of our communities in Scotland.
Much. That's very clear, and I think it's a very important assurance at the end. I think your paper says we have not witnessed a degradation of service to Scottish communities because of this. Just asking before I open it up to members, all the effort to run to be where you were in the first, has that cost a significant amount in terms of time and salary for Police Scotland? I mean, could you give it a view on that?
It hasn't, because there's no retraining. There's no brand new systems in the way that might have been envisaged. So the new alerts that come from Interpol that would be rolling out through the mobile devices, because they would be able to do that on PNC anyway, that's just a slight update because of the amount of data that you can actually see and how that works. And that's rolling out as part of our programs anyway. So there hasn't been a significant cost because there is not a significant amount of totally new infrastructure that people have to learn and navigate. And the teams that work in this area have been really consistent, and they've got the relationships.
Okay, just one final question for me. In terms of just so I understand this, the alerts we might get from the EU about people who may want to come in, which we might have got through, I don't know, the Schengen Agreement or whatever beforehand, bad actors, are you very confident we still get that information about people wanting to enter the United Kingdom or indeed enter Scotland, who we may have known about before? We still know about those?
Yes, because they will the direct alert will be created to say this person who will have been concerned for you is coming into the UK. And because we still have the kind of international alerts, if somebody goes via the US and comes in, actually we still have that process as well. It's not as fluid as the SIS where you get immediate access, but yes, we're confident that the people we should be looking out for and worried that are coming into our borders, yes, those alerts would be there.
Okay, there's a supplementary question before I open it up. Somebody comes into a border port within England and comes to Scotland. Are you alerted to that at the entry point, or how do we find out about
so
that?
if the alert system's through and they're on the databases, it will come up, and we will look out for different people as well.
Thank you very much indeed. Any questions from the board? I'm very grateful for taking that full circle. The board's been really concerned about this issue, about the degradation of our ability, your ability to keep us safe by not having access. I think you provided very clear assurance and very clear the processes that are in place. Thank you very much indeed. So with that, are there any other questions on that? With that, that concludes our public business. Thank you very much for your patience. I'm going to take a 5 to 10 minute break, and if I can ask you to